I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bangs that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Hi there, you're watching Western Europe PMPL Fall split. I'm here with Milky Way from MUERTE. How are you doing today, man?
Good. Хорошо.
There's big difference in your roster compared to last season. How did you recruit the new members and how will their strengths affect your gameplay?
После конца прошлого сезона было ясно, что у нас что-то идет не так, потому что было много конфликтов среди участников команды, поэтому нам пришлось поменять состав. Как раз-таки исходя из того, что нужны игроки неконфликтные. Из-за этого мы выбрали Корку и Фурию. И ясное дело, у них еще был опыт, поэтому у нас не было вопросов между тем, взять их или не взять. Как мы поняли, что они фри-агенты, и нам не понадобится, не понадобится то, что... Короче, замены никакие не нужны, и они нам хорошо подходят.
Awesome. After the results of spring, we've seen a way better result in PMRC versus Africa. Do you think the competition was less difficult in this tournament, or is it because of the new roster?
Ну и, конечно, из-за того, что у нас и состав хороший, такой результат вышел, и из-за того, что мы только собрались, у нас конфетно-букетный период, можно сказать. Но мне кажется, состав точно сильнее, чем был. Ну и не сказать, что суперсильный регион играл против нас. 100% флан-турнир, который ПМРЦ, который был, он был бы посложнее, если бы мы на нем играли. Не знаю, какой бы результат получился.
What kind of tips could you give anyone in PUBG Mobile in finding synergy this quick with the new roster?
За неделю примерно начали тренироваться, проводить разборы и играть 2-2, тренируя коммуникацию. Я думаю, это нам помогло точно.
Do you ever feel burned out during your time on the professional stage? And what kind of sacrifices do you make daily to become such a good esports player?
Нет, никогда себя не чувствовал выжатым за все это время. Все всегда получается, время хватает, все норм.
You've won a PMPL title before under your previous team, Team Unique. What would it mean for you and your team to claim it in 2023 under MUERTE?
Для нас эта победа ничего не будет значить, потому что она не дает проходки на ПМГЦ. Просто заработаем чуть больше денег, но лучше нам не станет от победы на PMPL, нам нужна победа на EU Championship.
Well, thanks so much for joining us here, Milky Way. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans at home?
Спасибо тем, кто нас поддерживает. Хотелось бы, чтобы этих людей было больше, и для этого мы будем стараться.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
them in through the front, trying to be the tripwire to. They've all got to push in towards the house.
A few track points for all of these teams, but one of the main ones here is who will be top 16 to get to the final here for PMPL EU Fall. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the festivities. We have 6 games for you today to run on through. We'll take a little bit of a look at that closer in a moment, but for now, Max, 16 teams, 4 teams will be done today.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough time for some of the teams at the bottom, and it's possible there's not that big point disparity at the bottom like you have at the top with MADBULLS, that they're not going to budge whatsoever. But at the bottom, you know, there's some clear movement that can be made. So yeah, we'll have to see. Top 16 is going to be important because the finals, don't forget, that's a spot in Championship, which could mean a spot in PMGC. So there's a lot on the line here for the bottom squads.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at everything that's going on, and you guys over on the socials can join us as well. Use the hashtag PMPLEU and make sure that you're involved in all the conversation that's going on. And also, I do believe, Mr. Maxman, that cool things are going on over at Instagram. In fact, I can read it out for you word for word.
You didn't have to.
He already was the spring MVP, and yet he just keeps getting stronger. What do you think about that, Max?
Shakespeare vibes.
Yeah.
I'm shaking in my boots right now. It's so cool how you read it. I loved it.
Epic.
No, it's a quick little overview onto Zerich stats. This is cool stuff. If you go follow socials, you get stats like these. He was MVP of spring. He just keeps getting stronger and even better in the fall season. Yeah.
Yes, he does, I guess. And also, you guys could potentially make PMPL stronger. There we go. If you go and fill out the survey, yeah, cool. Awesome. Do that. All right. Serious time. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what's going on here as well here for the day. We've got ourselves 6 games. We will also have a TDM, I do believe, here throughout the middle of the day as well. But top 12 teams will grant themselves an opportunity here in Phase 3 to get onto that Livik match, which is extra points, which means potentially an extra point or 2 going into that final, Max.
Yeah, and we'll see looking at the overall rankings, but currently the teams around that 12th position to play that Livik are just at a 1-point difference. So there's going to be a lot of up and downs, a lot of changes throughout the day. Yesterday was a very weird day, Kalaris, I think it's fair to say. So we'll see if that's going to bleed into today, also's matches, and how things are going to be going down. But yeah, as we said, a lot on the line, so we'll intrigued to see who's going to be able to pop off, or if we're going to see MADBULLS start to think, oh, how about we start winning again? I don't know.
They might. We'll see. If it's like Phase 1, they won't. But we'll see how it all goes on down. Let's see who's going to start deciding to win on our team here, as Blank Max Manjanero, John Allen, Kalaris, as well as Jackie have been participating in the predictions. Predictron was also there as well, Max, who didn't do as very well for Livik, but generally he's been like absolutely 100% on the money, usually.
Look, I think we got to bring a new rule in the game. Nobody can use Molotovs because Predictron can't compute fire, okay?
That's true.
We got an official ban now on Molotovs. You can't use them anymore, otherwise Predictron will not be on point anymore. Though I'm tied with Blank, but if I have a little bit of copium for myself, Kalaris, he's had more games than me. So it makes sense. So I'm okay with myself.
So what you're saying is that you think you're in the lead, despite Janero having a higher percentage.
She's only played 30 games. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What do you mean? That's the averages. No, I win.
All right, okay. We'll take that into account for now, and then ignore it completely. All right, well, let's take a look at the overall rankings for now, as we do have ourselves this up at the top. It's MADBULLS, and they had an insane lead when it came to going into yesterday. Then somehow, some way, Dagestan was able to step up and say, it's still a lead, but it's not as much.
Yeah, we're going to start winning and winning again. And how about 3 times in a row? And they got 3 chicken dinners back to back to back. So really strong performance from Dagestan. Everyone's been looking good. If I had to bring out one player in particular, it's been Zadira that's been looking impressive. But VULGAR boys too. I mean, Kalaris, you would have showed me this after Phase 2. Would call you a liar, but they've made it. They're on the podium. Yes, it's the VULGAR boys. They are
the VULGAR boys.
Yeah, he didn't do the voice. He didn't do the haha voice. Oh.
Sorry, I'll do it next time when they get a win. I apologize.
Cool.
But you're right. You're totally right. I would not have expected this either. The fact that VULGAR boys and TUNA especially are up there. And you know what? Honestly, they've looked good doing it. And I'm happy to see that, considering that it was, I would say, towards the end of Phase 2, getting a little bit silly at how one-sided this tournament was. But right now, there's been a bit of a shake-up, and that excites me, Max.
Yeah, with TUNA especially, they've improved so much over the course of 3 phases now, and we had that very cool bit of insight with Noshi to know that he actually does have a really cool looking room, and that was pretty much all we got from that interview. Maybe we'll have another try today, I'm not too sure, but they've been able to improve significantly and get Purple to speak English, so good job on using that Duolingo. He's back, the Owl is back. Though one team that's not back, Kalaris' Major Pride. Sure got themselves a win yesterday, but outside of that win, not much is really happening, and again, they cannot afford to have a bad time here because now you only got the finals to try and catch up to MADBULLS that were having a bad phase.
Yeah.
The fact that they also don't have a good phase, that PMGC race, in my mind, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, it does feel that way at the moment. And also, as you were alluding to earlier, top 12 will move on to Livik. And as you can see here, it is absolutely neck and neck between the likes of Alpha Team, VIRTUS.PRO, NEXUS Gaming, MUERTE is really in there. Actually, all of these teams could quite easily jump into that top 12 or fall out of that top 12. So we'll be keeping an eye on that before we get to that Livik, of course. And then that barrier from 16th down to 20th as well. That's kind of on the overalls across phase 1, 2, and 3, of course, here. But still, the names down towards the bottom are kind of the names we're going to be focusing on in that big overalls anyway, right?
Yeah, it's kind of redundant. It's been happening phase after phase after phase.
Yeah.
And some of these bottom teams are there on the overall rankings, of course, because they're just not able to show up and there's been no improvements. I would even say that some teams aren't trying as hard anymore. Unicorns of Love, a little bit tough on how they rotate, a little bit slow, not trying as much. But we'll see. We'll have some relegations happening next year, so they have to prove their mettle if they want to make it back in, because
True.
It's not going to be an easy entry point next year. There's a lot of big changes that will be happening.
Well, one of those teams that I highly doubt would end up being relegated is someone like Dagestan, especially after yesterday's performance, looking absolutely fantastic. They came in yesterday after having a win in the last game the previous day. So they got themselves 3 chicken dinners back-to-back here, and yesterday's performance was absolutely fantastic, Max.
Yeah, just under 7 average eliminations. That's absolutely bonkers. Loving it from the guys. But one stat that interests me personally, Kalaris, is when you're looking at a team and how good they are, is I look at their bad games. How did they perform in their bad games? And you can see day 3, day 4, a little bit tougher times, a little bit low on the survival time and lower on the average placement points, but they're still bringing eliminations. They're still packing some significant damage in these matches, which shows to me that even in their bad matches, they're bringing points on board, which allows them to stay relevant in the rankings, which makes those big wins even more impactful because they don't fall that far off on their bad games technically.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've been looking good. Every single player has had their moment, I would say also. So I'm stoked. I know this team was good, but they just needed a bit of a year to get to this level, and now they're just fully showing what they can do.
Yeah, I would say they're playing mature PUBG Mobile. If you look at all of their wins throughout phase 1, 2, and 3, yes, they had that 25 elim pop-off game, but every other win has been about sub-10 eliminations. It shows that they're not wildly going out and looking for fights here, there, and everywhere. They're calculating and understanding, okay, how much can we get away with in this situation? Just the bare minimum to try and get us to a victory, which 10 placement points is always 10 placement points, right? So along with some of the eliminations that come along with it, I think it's, again, mature PUBG Mobile, and they're showing that they could stand the test of time if they stick around here as this 4-man roster.
Yeah, and I really like their opportunistic kind of playstyle. If they see an opportunity to go for a third party that would have a knockoff effect of facilitating their late game scenario, they're always going to be taking those fights. And teams, I think, that are not the big 3 or like your MUERTEs or your Titans would be a bit scared to do so. They are not scared. They would take fights against any team in this lobby, which I love to see from Dagestan. And as I already said, I would love to see them go in a championship to get that experience. I don't expect a first place in championship, but just getting to play against the Turkish teams, that is great experience to bring into 2024.
Well, Max, I hear that you've got something to break down for us, so why don't we doobity that?
Let's do that. Actually, I didn't even open my telestration. There we go. It's going to be open. I got ready. So we're going to look back at one of our Erangels of yesterday. There was one by Dagestan, which kind of a freebie, Kalaris, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to focus on this fight of Alpha Team versus Gladiators. So in this position, Alpha Team, Blank's favorite compound. So good, so strong. He loves to play. He wins from here, I've heard. And Alpha Team deciding to take a fight versus Gladiators. They do eliminate Tixi, and me, Kalaris, were talking during this game, thinking, this is amazing. You can get rid now of Gladiators. You got a knock and a flush. This is the team at their weakest. If you eliminate this team, you're going to clear your backside, and you could technically then transition into this dip. You got some rocks to play, or you could even play onto this side. You got so many options that are opened up when you eliminate Gladiators. Yet Alpha Team, as you can see right now, after getting that flush on Tixi, kind of pushed himself back, not really too interested in fully taking this fight, which Gladiators, you know, are going to be so good. If they see you give them a little bit of space, they are going to punish you. And instantly, they leapfrog themselves up towards this dip, which is nadeable. Kitsune does get naded up in the end, but they're out of utility, and they can't confirm Matic. They can't get rid of Meku's off angle, so that rotation path has been cut off. So I would like to see from Alpha Team, if these kind of situations happen again, to clear their backside, which is something I believe Dagestan do so well. And here you can see they're getting the cars thinking, we can't push Gladiators. This option is a no-go, so we're just going to go forward. And instantly what they do, they cross over the road and start to fight VULGAR boys as they slowly descend down on their position. And Dakimi has so many nades, so it makes it really tough. So, you know, it's good to take the fight before Gladiators. We need to clean it up because that rotation, it was just impossible after fighting VULGAR boys.
Yeah, by the time they move over towards VULGAR boys' side, it's a little bit... I felt it was a little bit late if you want to actually make that move. And secondly, there was an interesting moment there in dynamic where they're going up against Gladiators, and it almost looked as if they were apprehensive about throwing some of their utility, a little bit slow about doing it, or I don't exactly know how many numbers they had in terms of that utility. Maybe they were concerned about their lack of, as you were mentioning towards the end of that. So yeah, a few factors kind of playing there, which I think could, if they'd have been a bit more proactive, maybe could have led them to a victory, but it's by the by. Dagestan had a great compound anyway. Anyway, let's take a look at what's important here, because down towards the bottom, we've got ourselves, not these teams, we're actually looking at MADBULLS here. I thought we were moving on towards our 16 bubble teams, but let's talk about MADBULLS as well, because of course they're excellent. They are awesome. No disrespect in that regards. However, for some reason, it happened in Phase 1 as well. In the last couple of days, they fell off a little bit and they're not having the easiest time.
Yeah, I mentioned for Unicorns of Love, maybe not trying as hard anymore because they know they're not going to make it. I think maybe, and I'm really, this is pure speculation, maybe they're like, okay, we secured our spot into the finals, we're fine right now, we don't have to put that much effort into it, and we're just going to cruise into the finals, and that's when we're going to start popping off. So taking somewhat of a break. Again, I'm not sure if that's exactly the mentality they're going with here, but this is not just a small drop-off. It is a significant drop-off from what we saw in the first half of this phase and now the second half. And I'm just very surprised because even the way they rotate away, for example, from Rozhok, it doesn't seem like there's that much effort into it. They get caught out very easily by your Dagestans, by your Permittas, by your Major Prides, and they just can't play into the late game at all. They go out relatively early, it seems. So, yeah, it's weird, but I'm not going to lie, I don't expect this to be the case in the finals, so I think they're just taking it chill.
Yeah, it sort of feels that way, right? It's as if they show up at the beginning of a phase like, okay, we're amazing, we've done enough, we're done. I mean, there are a lot of these moments when we look at the highlights from yesterday, especially where when they're being eliminated, they are being eliminated by the absolute top dogs, apart from this moment where they got eliminated by Unicorns of Love. That was weird. That was not one of those. But yeah, you're talking about, as you say, your Dagestans, your Titans, your Major Prides that are rocking up in their positions. So you can't begrudge them too much for losing out on those kinds of fights, even though they are very capable of winning those kinds of fights. But it's whatever. I think, as you say, we'll see them in the final. We'll see them strong. We'll see how they do. But let's see who even gets to the finals when it does come to those 16 bubble teams that I was alluding to earlier on. Now, this is important, Max, because in terms of overalls, a lot of these teams are very much in the danger zone right now, and I don't expect a good couple of these to be able to get to that 16th spot into that final, Max.
Yeah, I do want to bring up one very interesting point, is that No Mercy Warriors is the only team in this whole tournament to not have a chicken dinner, which means a Dark Project, the Nameless, Permitta tie up, they would win because chicken dinners is the tiebreaker, is the first stat for the tiebreaker. And actually, when you're looking at Dark Project, the Nameless, and Permitta, they're trying to play catch-up with No Mercy Warriors. It is heavily doable for them to achieve that. Permitta would need 34 points, 29 points for the Nameless, and 22 points for Dark Project. That is pretty much a good game and a half for Permitta. And for the other teams, just one strong performance they can catch up. It's just, even when they do tend to get close to those finishing moments, there's just not that many eliminations to back up those podium or top 5 finishes. We need to see eliminations coming out on board. They need to just full send it. Literally, for some of these squads, there's nothing to lose now. You just got to throw everything and a bathroom sink to this lobby, and you might have a chance to make in top 16 to have a shot to play in the finals. So I'm hoping we're going to see some changes here and a change of mentality, but I'm not sure if the teams are going to go that direction today.
Yeah, throwing Chaos in could actually pay dividends here throughout the day, because some teams might just be like thinking to themselves, okay, it's the last day, we need to defend some of our points, we need to, you know, be playing a little bit cautious here. Whereas, as you say, for some of these teams, you actually just throw a Hail Mary into it and see how it's going to work out. I mean, we've seen some moments of greatness. Yesterday, we saw Rogo from PERMITTA pull off that 1v4 against VIRTUS.PRO. Admittedly, it's an opportunistic 1v4 because VIRTUS.PRO gave him so many 1v1s, but it's still a 1v4. Like, if you're able to do things like that on the battleground, that's pretty good.
That's pretty decent. Yeah, I'd like to see also more from Athis. He's been a bit silent recently, because I remember back 2 years ago, a year ago, he was really, really present in the region and just not as strong as he once was, but that's okay. He'll hopefully come back throughout the day, because, I mean, they'll need to. And even Beast, for example, for the Nameless, like, so weird. Has been so experienced playing with Big back in the days, and one of the, I would say, used to be one of the top players in Western Europe with his squad, but now is just not that present anymore. Having one strong player with a new roster can work out, but right now the success has not been shown, and as we said, gotta just send chaos in the lobby today, and hopefully things will be working out. But it will be okay for everyone except for Unicorns of Love. But if they do want to make it, Kalaris, they're gonna need pretty much a Dagestan back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner if they want to even hope catching up. So we'll see how that's going to go down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for Unicorns of Love, I've sort of written them off here. I mean,
me too. Yeah.
We're talking about one spot in the top 16, right? Because if you think about where 15th place is right now, that's TUNA Esports. They are wildly ahead of 16th place by about, I think, 60 points or something like that, right? So it is going to be No Mercy Warriors defending that 16th place spot against the Project, against the Nameless, against PERMITTA today, and even that is a bit of a wild card, to say the least. And to be fair to Dark Project, there is the potential in terms of track record that they could maybe do it, right? If you think about their best phase, 111 points, right? No Mercy Warriors has yet to get to that point where they would have a phase where they would have 111 points. So that 17th place team in Dark Project could make this catch-up happen, Max.
Yeah, and if they can have a big catch-up, I would say, if they have the opportunity to play the Livik, that Livik could be really impactful. Of course, it's going to need a big impact, but if you can rank up higher in Phase 3 overall rankings, get to play Livik, and your other teams you're competing against don't play the Livik, then your overall rankings will be impacted pretty heavily. So, yeah, if they can make it top 12, that would be a huge achievement, and a good little step up to make their way in the top 16.
Definitely could be. They've got to keep cool, they've got to keep calm, and somebody who's also keeping something cool is Maxman, because he's got a monster in the fridge ready to go at any moment in time if he needs it. Thank you to Monster here for PMPL EU Fall. They are here with us, joining us for all of the excellent games, and also joining us for the excellent games. It's going to be John Allen Blank to bring us them all today.
Always a joy. So a lovely intro for us there. Blank, we're going to be getting in for the final day here on the PMPL of this league stage. They were talking about the all-important bubble as well down in 16th. Who's going to be able to jump up towards that top 12 for the Livik at the end of the day?
We're going to bring you all of the day here, all of it, all the time, everywhere, all at once. I'm so excited for this one going over towards Miramar. It's going to be a good initial map to start off. We've got 2 Sanhoks, 1 Livik coming through right at the end there. Like you said, John, for additional bonus points for potentially MADBULLS if they do get caught up by Dagestan, to maybe bring it back a little bit, just a touch, realistically. But I do think that there is some interesting things on the cards at the moment. We're looking down towards that 15th position, right? 95 points, 87 points, and then 67, 65 for PERMITTA. I think the boys are right in the sense that it's probably a case of these teams are in flux here. There's potential that things can change in that position. It's slightly unlikely though, and it really does feel like with SHOCKWAVE being at 87 points as that cut off at 16th place, it will be difficult for some of these teams down towards the bottom. And you might be saying, Blank, but Dagestan, they did so many points yesterday. What's going on? Maybe one of the teams at the bottom can do the same. I just don't think it's happening, John. I think Dagestan's a very different team to that bottom 8.
Yeah, if it needed to come down to it, you would have needed to dig something out a lot earlier than this. In that 16th place bubble right now on the overalls, 253 points is No Mercy Warriors. That is the boundary, sat 22 points ahead of Dark Project. And it goes a little bit tougher as you go down for the Nameless and PERMITTA as well. So 22 points is that margin that needs to be jumped. And as you say, it is just fairly unlikely that is in their wheelhouse right now, but stranger things have happened. They're over near Picardo, moving over towards Power Grid. A little bit of a split for Dark Project, the chasing team, to try and get this one done.
Yeah, I just think for Dark Project this is a difficult day as well because Miramars aren't exactly easy for this team. I don't think they've found too much success. Some of their rotates haven't been obviously amazing. Ivaneska is insistent on going for some of these off angles towards the high ground. Don't think it's ideal in the current meta, which is just very much central right now, with some teams playing edge for a little bit and then trying to find a central compound off the back of some crashes. So very much edge playstyle still in lieu for Dark Project, so we'll see what happens for them. In the meantime, I'm kind of curious about Dagestan, how well they'll continue to do. And, you know, looking at this, MADBULLS seem quite furious with the prospect because they've dropped outside of Puerto Paraíso, looking down towards Dagestan and Los Leones. So an interesting drop spot from both these teams. Is it targeted? I don't know, but this is the first time we've seen such a stretch here coming from MADBULLS.
They are maybe going to poke the noses in or grab some vehicles. It looks like Frozen, I think he's got a teammate with him there as well, moving over actually towards NEXUS now. 2-2 split as it stands, but certainly on the road. We'll see where they settle for the time being. Over on the north side, the Gladiators grabbing some of those vehicles, maybe looking to sweep up to La Cobreria. PERMITTA with their snake down the middle. Look at that line of... I'm going to go with maroon. I don't know if you disagree with me. Spots for PERMITTA, stretched out in quite a long line from Crater Fields all the way down to Picardo.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly extended dropper, and they've done this a few times where they'll try and get a pick off over towards SPG. We know Athis is all out it for getting that first elimination of the match. Over towards our social medias right now, Esports, PUBGM EU over on Instagram as well as YouTube. All approved by Max, man. That's how you know it's good. It's got the seal on the top with red wax.
He was,
bang, it's in there.
He was good at social media last season, but this season he just keeps getting stronger, Blank, at social media. You love to see it. We'll hope for a bright future on that one, so head on over, check that out. Dagestan on the south side, the team that has impressed us so much this phase with their glow up. They have done a lot of work to be able to sit in second place right now on the phase, and they are absolutely deserving of that honor. The question is, can they make that final push today? Will they be able to chase down the MADBULLS and steal an extra bonus point from them?
Kind of John Wick moves there, actually, as he just gets himself down off the top of the building. Just in and out from those rafters. I don't think you can call them rafters, but it works. Jumps straight into the vehicle as well and out of the way. So very nice stuff there from Shifu. Always teaching us new things here over on Los Leones.
Making sure we get it known, man. Spider-Man down the side of the buildings. I don't know if you can teach that, but that is quite the impressive maneuvers coming through for the Dagestan representative. SBG over in San Martin right now. They have they were able to get a chicken dinner yesterday, Blank, and I think it was one that kind of surprised a few people over in which map was it? I can't entirely remember. But they had a decent spot on that north side, and then they got trimmed down a bit, and they were able to somehow pull it back and clutch it through.
Yeah. It was a surprising win from them, and I don't think anyone really expected that to happen, but it did anyway, which is always good to see. A lot of teams have been surprising us this phase 3. MADBULLS surprising us in ways we didn't expect towards the latter half, which is just real downgrade in performance. Like Max says, though, I think they've got a similar position to Unicorns and Love at the moment, and we are speculating at that point, whereas in the case of Unicorns and Love, I think they're fairly certain that it's over, it's done. We're never bringing this back. For MADBULLS on the other side of things, it's over, it's done. We're ahead. So no one's catching us up. And I think in terms of PMGC points, they could be pretty secure in that as well. It's surprising. I think that there's still a lot on the line, right? With PMGC qualification, with getting the maximum amount of bonus points going into the finals. they've already ticked all their boxes, and it's quite interesting to see that happen at the start of the final day of Phase 3. Their daddy's right there, it is sorted, they're good to go, they're packing their suitcases.
They're on the way, they're on the plane already, they're basically playing from the airport at this stage. 181 points so far in this phase, 9 more points to break that 200 threshold and keep up that record of the only team that has managed to get over 200 points every single phase so far. So we'll have to watch out to see if they're able to get 9 points today. That's their goal. But to be fair, that's probably their shortest goal, so we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Hey, I reckon that's pretty easy for them, right?
I think so. I think it's definitely doable. If they don't get it, I would be shocked and appalled. Quite frankly, that's bad news if they're not doing that.
Yeah, I would cry. I would cry serious tears, honestly, because it would be a crying shame if they did not hit 200 points for the finals phase. But that would be difficult, right? You know, 6 matches in a row where you get less than 2 points every single time. It's even less than that, really. So very, very difficult, I reckon, for MADBULLS to not breach 200 points. But we'll check in with that later. A true storyline to be held, to be followed. Moment though, VIRTUS.PRO. Akimi from VULGAR Boys. Oh, he just gets sent off the cliffs. I see him pop out of the vehicle. Dear me.
He's in a little bit of cover, though. Oh, hang on a minute. No, VIRTUS.PRO have the other side of the valley as well. What is Elementrix doing there? You cheeky man. Get out of it. He's managed to find Akimi, you're right, and they do get that flush. That is very unfortunate for VULGAR Boys. You just don't expect someone to be sat there out in the open, isolated from the rest of the team. You kind of just get blindsided by it. They'll have to play on with 3 on this north side. And you know what? We've seen special things from this team. We've spoken a lot about Dagestan. We were speaking a lot about VULGAR Boys, and they too have impressed us with the development in their play. So we're hoping to see a little bit more of them in the finals, see what they can pull out of the bag, or rather pull out of the hat if the bunny is going to be as... I was going to say powerful, but I don't think that's the right word to describe a bunny.
Yeah, probably not. You know, you probably just left it as what can they pull out of the top hat? Is it a bunny? Bang. You're good to go. You're strong. You're in there. This is a horrible shift up towards that northern side. No, you've been banned. You've been barred from the old magic hall, right? We closed the red curtains. Off the stage you get. But on stage is Gladiators and TUNA over towards Hacienda as well as Crater Fields. Looking pretty good with Dark Project actually shifting themselves in over on that western side towards the ridge. We've seen them make this play a fair few times, but I don't really like this from... you know what? I will take that back. Let's go back to the beginning there. Dark Project in a strong spot. I don't like how they play this spot. They're very hesitant. Ivanesca holds on the backside far too long a lot of times. Maybe they've learned a lesson. That's to be seen.
They'll have to isolate that territory. Gladiators close by, towards the roadside rather, the Nameless. You see Major Pride forcing them to send straight through the middle. PERMITTA are pretty much going for the same position here, so we might see a crash fairly centrally on this Phase 2 circle. Though neither team really taking control of the warehouse just yet, playing on the outside. And into the hills. Athis is looking for that off angle. The Nameless looking to take control of it fully. I don't know if they're going to be aware of this. They will now, though. Rogo spots that rotation. Dark Project have got their noses poking in, too. Zero might be able to spot the forward position for Dark Project if he's not careful. They're very, very close to one another. They both opt out. Now it's a little bit of a scrap on the hillside. Dark Project need to give the backup for their forward player. And it looks like they'll be able to do it. 0 down.
Good shot there from them, and very much needed as well because they want to be able to hold on to this rich side. They had to clear out that angle because they do have slightly bigger of a threat down towards the south right now with Major Pride, who have just made their way in. One of the first times in a while, I think we've seen the majority of our teams already towards that circle side in position. And one of the only teams that's very much far outside the circle is MADBULLS themselves playing in from Puerto País. So I think they had a cheeky little look over towards Dagestan, decided better of it, picked up those vehicles and got gone. TUNA will be looking over towards Gladiators, who have taken a knock, but currently they are fending off versus the Nameless.
They started out quite well. Madagod on the top floor, though, and 2 of the Gladiators are down. Madagod will fall Is anybody going to try and third-party this? There's 3 teams on the northeast side, and probably they're locking each other into their spot. TUNA maybe looking to move over, but I don't think they need to make that decision. PERMITTA as well. They're sort of locked down by Dark Project, so Gladiators should be able to recover in the area that's kind of isolated on the north side, in a nice central spot in the concretes. Northeast side teams are falling. I think that's VULGAR boys out.
Yeah, you're kind of flailing at that point if you're VULGAR boys, because you've been taken down by VIRTUS.PRO. They sort of lock you in over towards water treatment. There's only so many positions you can take after that. So for them, it was very much trying to get a mad dash into this particular circle. I think any other circle, maybe it would have been a possibility for VULGAR boys to sort of repair what had been broken. But in this case, it's just quite difficult, especially with all the hardships we've seen. NEXUS on our screens, obviously quite decent at fighting, not decent at living, though.
That's kind of the second part, right, of getting these fights on board. NEXUS are starting to be whittled away. 2 players stand, KONINA Power and SBG, very close by to them. We were talking about MADBULLS before, about how they need 9 points to break that 200 barrier. Max in the chat brought up a pretty prescient issue as well. Will NEXUS get more than 2 placement points today? Will they be able to play on a stronger card? At the moment, it's not looking super likely this match, with a lot of teams in the area outside of the zone. Not too many options. They probably have to swing south at this stage to try and get away with this. MADBULLS are going to move in on that ground, and EXO's already down.
EXO out. This makes things a little bit more difficult for him. Dora, no attempts to get something done, but SBG is Victor off in the distance. And NEXUS getting pulled apart at the seams right now. The trouser leg ripped.
It's just an unfortunate fashion decision here for NEXUS. And in fairly rapid fashion, they will be sent back to the high street. Returned, hope you kept the receipt. Kapahala just dipping in and out of the blue. KONINA Power, they're just going to get away from there. They've already kind of done the work on NEXUS, and they'll probably be picked up by one of these teams surrounding them. Look at MADBULLS as well on the south. During all of this, they've moved in on this edge, and this could actually be a big problem for KONINA Power if they aren't able to just run straight on through. 2 of their forward players are going to go down, and Kapahala's chiming in. A little bit of revenge, and KONINA Power are once again taken to task. Palucci, the last to stand, and he is pretty down on his luck here. MADBULLS ready and waiting. That move in, that shift on the south, really taking good opportunity during that fight.
Yeah, it's a strong rotate as well. I like that from them. You know, moving in, getting that ridge side as well, noticing there's actually shots going on. This wouldn't be a position they typically take if it wasn't a case for that third party happening on that northern side. So quick timing, quick thinking to obviously a fair few more teams than maybe they expected to be over towards this area. You've got KONINA Power, SBG, and NEXUS all in this area. I think MADBULLS has fought more difficult fights, but at the same time, they sort of wanted to run into a team that was maybe injured, hurt. I don't think they expected the 2 full squads. Either way they deal with it, KONINA Power certainly gets the worst end of the deal there. And Circle will center up over towards a little bit of elevation on that northern edge where PERMITTA is currently playing, but fairly open space down towards the south side.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky. I'm wondering who's going to try and move into those hills on the north side of this road. It's treacherous ground, but maybe the only option for some. MADBULLS continue to pepper on towards the northern side. Perfectly seasoned, and Narvalo gets cooked. He will be taken down, and SBG on 3.
All these northeastern teams, I mean, there's a lot playing on this edge, right? It's a bit of an awkward position to be in. Heading up towards the high ground, towards PERMITTA Esports. It's a bit weird. I mean, right now, TUNA's got a sort of a better deal with the high ground they're playing on that northern edge. They've got 2 players towards that ridge, which is kind of decent for themselves. I'm pretty pleased with that positioning from them. But again, most of these teams are going to run into a bit of a roadblock very shortly. You sort of have to just barrel it in. Some teams might opt to just try and throw some smokes, head up towards the side of the road and just pull in on the hard shoulder. Very difficult, though. So I'm excited for when the circle closes, basically. That's when life's going to get hard for everyone. That's when things are going to get exciting.
So it's going to start to pop off. Especially on this northeastern side. 3 teams waiting in that line. The Gladiators are ready to sweep that one through. The southern side starting to settle a little bit more on this south side near the road, near Power Grid. It's a little bit more covered off for Dagestan, for KASIK team. But it is going to be a mad dash through the Titans potentially for Unicorns of Love. TUNA actually flexing out quite nicely now. They've managed to get that forward scout. They are in a little bit of danger, but all of these teams behind them are going to have to move as well. That smoke really timely there for TUNA on this forward position. It's going to give them the time to just hide, hunker down until everybody around them has to move as well.
Obito here towards Noshi. Victor from SPG. Again, this is the difficulty of trying to get in towards this edge. I mean, not only are you trying to force your way in, making sure you're staying out of the line of sight of teams that are already in the circle, but you're also fighting off against everyone alongside you. Rubbing elbow to elbow, already SPG tries to get a forward outpost, but that is quickly dealt with by Dagestan, who have found themselves a decent spot towards the center here. Overall, Dagestan's timing on these positions, on these rotates, have been fairly fantastic so far, always avoiding some of the more difficult engagements. Remember, Dagestan was rotating in from a similar position to the MADBULLS. Titans, they set themselves up for success. They knew that this is going to be an absolute horrible spot to be getting in towards the circle, so they take this compound. It's smart off the back of that. This is a sweeping position, and I am very much okay with that.
Gladiators similarly descending on PERMITTA now on the northern side. They are really looking to control the hills on that north. With the next shift, it might favor them. If they're able to take control, Meku, that outpost will be invaluable on that northern side, but Unicorns of Love making their dash past the Titans. As you said, their sweeping action really preventing the Unicorns from getting much done. Rolkis, you're not getting away from that. 2 nades just roll over the top. And it is going to be Curtains. Woodson not able to land the shots. Robs has gone down, but they will be able to pick that one back up. The rest of the team will rally around it. MacVin's the last to fall, and the Tite pick up a 4th point. Make that 6.
Yeah, so again, this has just worked out wonderfully for them. MADBULLS take a bit more of a reserved approach, and I think the turtling up there from them was actually decent. Considering they had one of the most southern edges, they already knew they had one of the most southern edges, considering the fact that they were clearing out the teams over towards that north side. They cleared out the south very early on. They opted to just stay out of the way of all those engagements, kind of force SPG up towards the north by taking their little scrap with them, and then send down towards the south, which has actually given them a fairly decent position to start moving in towards the circle. We've got 9 teams in the lobby, 34 players remaining, so it's not a huge amount of people. It's still inside this lobby for a stage 5, so I'm very, very curious to see how this one does end. I think Titans might have a slightly struggle rotate towards this west side. The boon that they've afforded themselves is they've got time. They've got time to work this out. They don't have anyone knocking on their doors on this eastern edge just yet.
For the time being, they'll be able to hold it down. The Gladiators have really extended their control over those northern hills, Blank. They were able to take down, I think it was Athis from PERMITTA, leaving them on 3. So really very minimal threat to them in the hills on the north. The scrap for the south side, though, rages on as Dark Project, the all-important bubble team, the team that's chasing towards that 16th place on the overalls, looking to prove themselves, and it will be most likely against Major Pride. There's potential the Dark Project just try and send over towards PERMITTA as well and play on the north of the road.
There is that potential. Again, it's all going to depend on this next circle, right? I think that for Gladiators, it's going to be a fairly comfortable podium finish if we get a north shift, right? Everyone has to fight against one another. They already have fairly clear ideas of where TUNA is. They know where PERMITTA's playing. So for them, this is sort of like a gamble play, really, at this point in time. No need to head down towards south unless it's absolutely necessary. If it comes up towards that north side, they've got a lot of work for themselves to be doing. Unfortunately, it's a case of that circle heading their way in the first place.
Dark Project taking shots back and forth with Major Pride. They know the time is nearly right. We've both gone for Gladiators on the north. We like the gamble play. Major Pride for Kalaris and Maxman with the MADBULLS. Major Pride on that southwest side. MADBULLS kind of at the back of the queue on the southeast, but with some fairly solid spots. We'll see where the circle goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm kind of just playing the gamble pick right now with Gladiators. If it heads over towards that north side, brilliant, it's a win, potentially, with how Gladiators have been playing recently. But if it heads down towards the south, there's way better teams that are going to be winning out this game. I mean, Major Pride, MADBULLS, Titans all have a chance into this one. This is a very interesting circle, though, because it keeps both sides in, and Gladiators will be able to sort of confirm their spot on that north side, which gives them a lot more time to work with. So this is actually nice, and especially a little bit of high ground that is cut off there. They just need to be very careful of teams swinging up towards their east, teams swinging up towards their west. Dark Project attempting to get something done, but PERMITTA is quite handily putting them down. Kespo has a nade in hand, but I don't know how much good it's going to do.
Only 2 players from Dark Project tried to cross the road here. They didn't fully commit to the send. And PERMITTA were able to pick one off. They are playing as 3, so it's even right now. But I think Dark Project might have locked themselves in, leave Ivaneska on this high ground and regroup up towards him. Aces just makes the way back, folds through. But where do they go from here? Major Pride will be looking down this way now. It's a difficult route in for Dark Project. They don't really have too much cover to work with from the teams on the south. They have to just play this incline, and the Gladiators will be able to spot them as soon as they roll forwards.
Yeah, it's a struggle, right? And I mean, for Dark Project, they're more than likely going to get shot at by some of these other teams within the lobby too. PERMITTA Esports make a quick send over towards that east side. This is what Gladiators need to be very aware of. I'm not sure what's going on here. Teammate forcing him out into open ground, which is sort of cruel, I guess. Kespo, you need to be the distraction. I don't want to be the distraction. You are the distraction. Just like rails him off the road. Pretty mean.
I mean, he's still alive, so fair enough. He's drawn short right into the next circle as well. Look at Titan trying to crash onto TUNA as well on the eastern side. Nades flying back and forth. A lot of bright red bars here as Zero playing in the divot with 2 of the Titan players. That's likely going to cut them down to size. Icy, the last going for them. We've seen a 1v3 from this guy before against the Gladiators. He was able to do a lot of work. Can he replicate that performance here? TUNA trying to pull as many as they can back in, but the Gladiators moving in for a timely third party. Is that going to allow PERMITTA the ground to move in on the west, though?
I mean, if you're PERMITTA, you're still worried about a lot of the players on the south. I mean, they're not out of the woods yet right now. They have to get up towards this high ground. Gladiators with Kitsune and Meku's just holding that position down, with Tixi as well as Matix just sending back over towards the position. Overall, a really strong rotate from Gladiators, and it's the first time they've had the confidence, I've seen that in quite a while, to make the quick rotate. They see all the knocks in the elimination feed. They're like, we have to send this. It's been quite a lot of times now where we have just left the fight like that on our side of the map. It's come back to bite us later. So really good clear from them. MADBULLS are still going strong. PERMITTA take a knock in Mixer. That's from Kitsune.
We're on board with Major Pride on the south side. They crashed straight into KASIK. Got a knock almost immediately. KASIK playing as 3 now. The nades are going to continue to bombard. They didn't fully send in when they got that knock, but they have now got their side of the building. Look at that knock as well. Over onto KASIK coming through from Nomi. Really great to be able to find that. The high ground position now destroyed for KASIK. They are going to be on the swivel though and take a little bit of retribution. Major Pride wanting to push through, get this control. The crossfire is set up and it's working wonders. Nomi, the last now standing for Major Pride in a crazy twist, and it's a turn. It is going through for KASIK. They hold it off. Major Pride step into a corridor and get burnt up by the DBS.
Damn, I mean, for KASIK team, that is a really good hold. And to be fair, KASIK has been known for their holds in the past. PERMITTA will find Kitsune, and it's a bit rough right now because realistically, Matic and Tixi, they'd be needing some help, and soon. Now, Mixer makes his way up to the underside. I think he's assuming there's not a lot of players over towards that south edge just yet from Gladiators. Matic tries to get a nade over towards him. Doesn't find anything just yet. Just going to try play around this smoke, and I think that's smart.
Nade over the top for Matic. The team's back to fighting form.
It's a good nade, actually.
They need a little bit more control, but those sightlines from the south is making it very tricky to give the backup that they need. KASIK gets spotted by Dark Project, who are still going. They had a tricky rotation. They made a pullback from that PERMITTA rotation, and now they're playing on the south. They're ahead of KASIK, and to be honest, they're in a pretty decent spot to place top 3.
Could do. And I mean, we said that it's unlikely for Dark Project to get too much further in this tournament, but I mean, they're putting a good show for after their chicken dinner yesterday, which was sort of a blessed chicken dinner, let's be honest. But, you know, it has started that run for them. I was saying it's a really good nade from Matic because it's not realistically for the knock coming through. He just wants to hit that nade towards that area so he can feel out where these players are. If you can give a rough indication to a player like Meku, who's playing up on that northern side, that, right, he's in the ditch, somewhere in there, we can play off the back of one another and try and refrag one another. That's fantastic. And PMPL Esports slowly will get picked apart. Tixi tries to get up, but a nice little spray down. But that's two players getting absolutely rinsed there on Gladiators.
PERMITTA right on the edge, and Dark Project are chiming in towards it as well. They're baiting out the shots. They're trying to allow their teammates to go for a nade from Meku. Hang on a minute, that's found the backlines, and PERMITTA are shredded. He might have just spent his own life for it, but PERMITTA are down. This gives Gladiators a lot of maneuverability, but they need to recover now because they are in dire straits. Meku flushed out. Can they keep these reses? Are MADBULLS just going to sweep this one through?
Yeah, I mean, Zerich is already up there, but they do maybe have to worry about Dark Project, who are looking for a little bit more, but I think Gladiators are going to be first to face. And this is as it heads down towards that south side. It's always going to be very hard for Gladiators. I think they've done a fantastic job even getting this far into the game. This is where the nades become absolutely disgustingly strong. Matic's already down. Zerich, not how good of a aimer this guy is.
Oh, and Kitsune found. Zerich looks for the last of the Gladiators, but his teammates pick it up. Tuluka is on the money. And the MADBULLS, we said, can they get 9 points today? Blank, it's only going to be one game for them. They've already got 11 eliminations, and they want this chicken dinner as well to boot.
For Dark Project, this chicken dinner is probably more important than it is for MADBULLS in a big way. I mean, if they start off with this one, this will not be a game where they really fought tooth and nail to get into these finals. The back of this initial Miramar, which is lovely to see, realistically.
A 23-point gap for Dark Project on the overall standings. Remember, if they're able to get this chicken dinner, that would shrink it to an 8-point difference between them and 16th place on the overalls, which would put them in the finals if they can make up those 8 points in the rest of today.
MADBULLS start to move in. Fleeke heads up first. There is a nade in the hand of two of these players. Kespo just gets ripped to pieces by Fleeke. It might be Dunzo at this point.
Aces is still there. Ivaneska on the downhill. Tuluka first to fall. Ivaneska with a challenge, and the crossfire is not going to find Frozen. Now just Ivaneska with 3 bulls to handle. Is he going to be able to wrangle it? No. It is going to be able to find one, but that is it. A second place finish for Dark Project is still good news for their overall standings, but Blank, the MADBULLS, ride back into the limelight. 24 points on the match. A dominant performance from the south side. They were at the back of the queue, but they waited their turn, and they capitalized perfectly.
Yeah, probably unlikely now that Dagestan will catch them up in first place, but great game from Dark Project overall to get as far as they did. I think that is just kind of they've been gapped in terms of skill there in that end game where they're all just dropping out utility. They're ready for the push, and then MADBULLS is just like, look, we will just outgun skill you, unfortunately.
It is a little bit unfortunate there, but as I said, Dark Project still putting points in, and that is what matters for that bubble point. MADBULLS, though, are going to show us just why they're at the top of the tables.
The boys are back in town. We've got MADBULLS back on top here with a victory. It looked a little bit easy towards the end, admittedly, here. But one thing that was interesting about that, Max, whilst we were watching it, is MADBULLS didn't even give a second of a chance for a Dark Project to third party on the Gladiators situation. That was over in a flash.
Yeah, we were like, okay, Gladiators, they're going to be fighting MADBULLS. That's going to be opening up an opportunity for third party of Dark Project if they strike at the opportune time. And then the fight is over in 15 seconds. There is no time for Dark Project to do anything in that scenario. Sure, they do get themselves 6 placement points and 5 eliminations, which was mentioned by John and Blank at the end of that game. It's very important because they were a team that needed just a few points to hopefully make in top 16. They needed 22 and they got themselves 11. So half of the points, if they can continue on this path, they might be able to reach the top 16. But yeah, as you said, MADBULLS pretty much chilling at the end of this game and just sweeping the edge on the south.
Very chill here as we have our 9th through 16th as well. Not too many points coming in for them, but a difficult circle to play for quite a lot of these teams in terms of the terrain and the road causing a few problems for some teams. I think if Gladiators gets across the road as 4, maybe there's a world where they can make something different happen, but 2 teams existing north of that road, Max, makes it very difficult. Serge, whoa, gee.
He just keeps getting better.
And stronger. Yeah.
One better, stronger every time. Yeah, Serge just had a big pop off there. He was really creating some strong angles alongside Tulika. He was doing some good stuff. But as you said, talking about the roadside, the fact that you have 2 teams constantly trying to cross over, here it was PERMITTA and Gladiators, they kind of cancel out each other. And you could see instantly Gladiators were using so many resources just to outlive PERMITTA. And I think this was the right strat. If PERMITTA breach GG or if GG breach PERMITTA, you clear the entirety of the north. You're the only team up there. Then you can play the ridgeline completely safe. And I think Gladiators, as you said, if they remain as 4, win the game. They still do good in terms of limbs and placement points, but I think that was the game-winning play if they wanted to dominate the north road side.
Yeah, it makes for an easier potential strikeout over across. If it was anybody other than Gladiators, I don't think they actually survived with 3. So well done to them for being able to do so. But yeah, then MADBULLS comes along and absolutely steamrolls their position. Beyond that, though, I was a little bit surprised Major Pride took a issue with KASIK team over in that compound and then absolutely got blasted into oblivion. Unicorn was greedy. He went for the flush and then was able to get the final knock of the team as well, which, you know, DBS does DBS things, Max, as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, I think he got the 3-piece there. It was really good. Our position actually was right behind the door and he was looking on a tiny gap through the stairs, gets the opening knock, and then he goes for the flush. And he doesn't get body. I hope we're going to see it in these replays. It'll be really cool to see it happen. But yeah, Major Pride just getting completely destroyed. It was a bit complicated. I get it because they were just coming out of the smoke like, ooh, where are we? What's happening? Yeah, I can understand, but you should have been able to get at least unicorns, I believe. But yeah, it was a tough rotation. As you said, it was a tough circle for a lot of these teams trying to rotate in position. And Titan also taking some interesting fights on the northeastern side. I think they get involved and tangled up fighting TUNA, and Gladiators see that opportunity to strike them down and clear even more space because that's the right play to go for. They're just, again, opportunistic. They see the opportunity to third party and they clear all of the northeast.
Apparently Floof likes it as well. She was barking on her head off then trying this was going down. But oh, here we are. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see Unicorn with the DS? Yes. Oh, briefly. Never mind.
Just trust us.
That's the one. The rest happened, we promise you.
Yeah, we promise. It was a real thing that happened there. And yeah, look at this fight. It happens. Just 1 onto the 2 and onto the 3. And then there's no more time for third party for DP. They're pushed against the blue zone. It's not much to do.
There you go. There you go. I can't believe it. Like, just how ferocious MADBULLS was pushing across that map as well for the most part up against Dark Project. As I think Blank said it, just a big skill difference in how to approach that. I mean, they had numbers advantage as well, so you can't discredit that. The fact that Fleek was able to just go on the off angle and open things up straight away against them once they realize that their vehicles are coming up against their ridge. But as Dark Project, they... and this might be just kind of speculation, but it just felt like they didn't know how to approach that scenario at all against them. Yeah,
it was a bit tough because if you want to push and get a position onto MADBULLS, you're going a little bit downhill, which I can understand that can be a bit scary when you have to take that kind of spot. But I think if they wanted to have even just a chance of winning, you had to do that because their dip against the blue zone, 1, you become very predictable on your next movement because there's only one way into the circle for you. And it's a dip, which, as we know now in PUBG Mobile Esports, that makes it very nadeable, and that's what MADBULLS are trying to use and abuse. Though, talking about Dark Project, we had a bit of back and forth. Their cross around the road, their 2-2 split versus PERMITTA, that was
not required.
An interesting approach. I think if you just wait for the circle to pop, you understand that is not the right option and you just stick to the southern side of the road. But they went a bit too early and because of that lose Forced. And if they keep Forced alive, maybe, who knows, win the game because 4 players would have been a bit easier for them to take that fight versus MADBULLS.
Yeah, in my mind, crossing the roads there, especially when they did, was just not an option at all. Like, you have to... And the funny thing is that by the time they come back over the road, they leapfrog ahead of the Major Pride position, which was totally defensible for them anyway. So, I don't... Anyway, let's take a look at the overalls and see how that's all unfolding as well here. Is up towards the top. Major Pride. Yeah, good job, guys. You're number 1. That's really cool.
You Dagestan, yeah. You're not catching up.
215 points. You know what, Max? Maybe if you get 3 chicken dinners today, maybe you can get that elusive 20 chicken dinners.
Yeah, I was going to say that. The 20 chicken dinner dream is still alive. It's still up and about. And yeah, I mean, they've got to get 3 more. I mean, we do have a Livik.
So they've got 4 chances to get 3.
Yes, 4 chances to get 3 chicken dinners. They can do it. I believe Dagestan. No, don't get wins anymore, please. Just give them to MADBULLS. Thank you.
Well, Dagestan, they've still got 4 on the board, but it's a lot of points behind here as we now take a look down towards that 12th place barrier. Not really much has moved here, so there is still great opportunities for you to be able to get towards that Livik, which is always very important for a few extra points, Max.
Yeah, just some extra points. It would be cool to see if some teams like Dark Project can catch up. It's going to be tough. They're going to need a huge day, but they got 11 points, so hopefully they can continue on that warpath here.
All right, well, let's head on the warpath once again as we have our 2 commanders on the battle lines. It's John Allen and Blank.
We're marshalling the troops. We're getting ready to drop into the jungle. Blank, are you, what are your battle plans here? What are you expecting?
My strategy would be to getting a car and then driving it into the ocean, doing some mechanical adjustments to the car, flipping the wheels horizontal, increasing RPM of wheels to 500 RPM PRPS. That's rotations per second.
If you say so.
And then creating a hoverboat to leave the entirety of the island. Therefore, by saving myself, I'm then going to have a beef dinner instead of a chicken dinner.
The only winning move is not to play. Wow, that is that's revolutionary.
I played everyone else.
I think you might have just solved PUBG Mobile, Blank. That is the only way we're going to play from now on. Excellent stuff. We'll see if any of these teams have managed to develop such genius strategy in the meantime. As we drop on over, Shockwave heading over to Hatin as per usual. The MADBULLS over towards the ruins, and the early drops are settled.
Yeah, nice and easy, straight in there. Gladiators on that Northwest Island, Shockwave above them. Shockwave would like to have a decent match here, I would say, considering Dark Project kind of catching them up, say kinda, after that last game. So they only need to get a few more points on board now. So Shockwave do have to have somewhat of a decent match. They'll understand that as well. So it's most likely going to be survival mode, the old hover car mode, over towards for Shockwave. Live out as long as possible. Go from there. Sanhok, always an interesting match, John.
Yeah, Shockwave on that 15th place in the general rankings. At the moment, they're quite far ahead of No Mercy Warriors and Dark Project today. It's fairly certain that these guys are going to stay in, but they do want to keep that standing this time around, keep that bonus point for the Phase 3 tables. Moving into the finals, and we are getting a Northwest Circle here, Black. I don't think we've seen this, certainly not in a little bit.
Yeah, I had a couple last week, but this is first time in a little bit. But I think for Sanhok, in terms of those Northwest Islands, the Gladiators are slowly but surely figuring out how they want to play it. There's been times where it's been a bit annoying for me in terms of Gladiators getting absolutely wrecked on some of these rotations, on these spots, and then never wanting to go there again, even though they are winning positions. You just have to fight for it. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. That's just how the cookie crumbles. For No Mercy Warriors, they move it towards PERMITTA Esports, who once again are looking for first blood. Denied by Aztec.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. No Mercy Warriors, again, one of the bubble teams. Currently, they are the 16th place team. And with Dark Project getting 11 points last match, they want to put up this scorecard as high as they can. So PERMITTA are able to cut them down. This is great news for Dark Project. Athis moves on in. They've already lost 2 of their players. They've got a point for it, sure. They managed to find a second by the looks of it. Aztec able to keep them going, but 2 points not going to be enough if Dark Project can survive long into this game. We'll have to wait and see. Aztec has the challenge. Athis around the side, already a lot of damage, and it's going to be sent both ways. No heals to be spoken of for Athis on the forward position, and there's an A from Wobbly. Mixer now stepping out wide, gets cut out in the open, and 2 players from No Mercy Warriors are going to continue. 4 points blank, all important. Very nice there for No Mercy Warriors. And like you said, PERMITTA Esports is going to be pretty unhappy with how that one went down. KONINA Power, though, hear a lot of this fighting going on. Aztec's got nothing left in terms of medication. So we'll just have to go for the res here, John. They're going to be on stims alone. That painkiller and energy drink is just going to have to do something for them. I mean, they are super early into this scrap, so they haven't had any time to loot for it, but they'll have to get a move on fairly soon. Unfortunately, KONINA Power just going to roll on up. They're checking every rock. They're being methodical. They don't want to lose a player to a snake in the grass. Wobbly gets spotted first. Aztec will most likely go down next. The nade banks off a branch and hits the deck near it. Aztec gonna be swept around now and has to step out with the DBS. Finds off Hayes, doesn't find the second. It's a little bit more damage than maybe KONINA Power would have liked, but No Mercy Warriors will go down. So 4 points, meaning that overall, Dark Project so far today have been able to profit 7 points on them.
Kind of interesting so far. It seems really going for that mad dash at the end of the day as well. It's always lovely to see. Oh, you've got to do the full sprint. It always annoys me though as well, because it's like, just imagine that you're always in 17th place. That's how you should be playing these games. If you're going to get me decent points every single time when it's on a final day, then there is certainly potential for the rest of the tournaments that to be happening as well. Obviously, there is that slight change in terms of some of the teams at the top not caring as much on this final day because they've already qualified. They're pretty confident in their position. So they don't have to give it that same kind of welly.
They're not launching those as far as they can. They are just playing a little bit more reserve potentially. The Gladiators still on their 2-2 split. Still having some players over towards the north side of Camp Alpha. Meku and I believe Kitsune are over on the hillside. Just trying to hold up the top of the mountain. 4 teams now joining them on that northwestern island. Obviously, Shockwave start there. Major Pride, VULGAR Boys, and KASIK team all making that push up to the north.
Nexus from Cow. Probably got in a little bit earlier, but looking to deal with SPG first. Let's head up towards this ridge side. I mean, it's fair play as well around these paddy fields. You kind of want to be able to clear out some of these teams because some of the angles that you can take afterwards, very nasty.
Yeah, that curved ridge of the paddy fields. Great territory for trying to hold, but they're going to have to figure out how to leave it now as well with that threat nearby. MADBULLS stumble there. Well, stumble. Probably not the most illustrious way of putting it, but they move on towards MUERTE's spot, and they will see it. Tulika already across on the northern side for the MADBULLS, so a nice little outpost for them as they look to try and cross from the other end of the bridge. Corker may be able to get a little bit of a backstab here. If he's able to find this high ground, he's going to rotate towards it, stop off by the drop, maybe, get that level 3 on, see what weapon you're able to find. But not really going to have an impact here. And actually, MADBULLS are just going to be allowed to get across now.
Just leave. MUERTE losing Fury as well. Always a bad sign. MUERTE's had a real drop-off in performance. I hope they come back strong coming through into finals. See them more, their players trying to make their way through. Alpha team also. They picked apart. KASIK team. Oh, it's a weird day, this final day of the tournament, I would say.
It has been a little bit chaotic. We've only had the 1 match so far, but this Sanhok, plenty of fun to be had still. Dagestan, I hate this so much that they're all in the same vehicle, but it's working out for them for the time being. I just wonder how much longer they can afford to go for something like this, especially if you're moving close to Major Pride. As soon as you start taking damage, as soon as that vehicle eats a couple of bullets, it's going to be a bad time, and they crash straight on in. All 4 players hop out. Maybe they weren't expecting that. They see the roll-up, and Major Pride are going to have to fend off against Dagestan. They are doing well now, Blank. 4 players all still standing. They are going to have a little bit of a recovery from their previous match over on Miramar. They find Dagestan, they get everything done, and that is just not going to be enough for Dagestan.
Yeah, I mean, for Major Pride, that last match versus KASIK, it's an unfortunate push into the building, getting picked apart by the old DBS. Circle heads down towards Camp Alpha. Gladiators do have the outside edge to play around with. I think they're slightly worried about these compounds being taken early. You can always head back up towards that northwest hilltop, just because I think most teams will assume that the Gladiators are already in position. So it's fine for them to take this spot on the outside edge for the time being. Looking over towards MADBULLS right now, the first time in a while we've seen Gladiators be...
They haven't stayed on the top there. Moving down south. SHOCKWAVE playing around this bridge. They want to curtail all of this northeast side rotation. They have a lot of control over the ground. Playing on these rooftops, it's really difficult to get through. Dark Project with forced on dry land over in Hartin as well. Might be able to catch them unawares for Dark Project. There's the flush coming through as Aza picks it up.
Yeah, for SHOCKWAVE it's very important. Like we said earlier, they get a decent game here. They want to continue their lead over in the front lines. Maintain their position going into finals, at least. Or keep themselves on board, trying to get over towards that Livik. Very unlikely though.
Oh, there's even Eska. Dark Project, they said 2 players out early, and there's a botation coming through for the other remaining duo. An alleyway to line things up, but a really pivotal pick here from Wagnerzada as he's able to move around the side. Aza challenging off against Forced and Nade versus DBS. Even at that close range, the DBS is just going to be able to tear through this one. Unfortunate for Dark Project. They wanted to have that opportunity to put more on the board, to catch up to No Mercy Warriors, but at the moment, they're being denied. Even Eska crawling away. Aza hasn't spotted him just yet, and if Dark Project are quick about things, they might be able to get back, but I just don't think it's possible. He is likely spotted here and will just be flushed away. Now, do Dark Project try and get some revenge and swim up to this land? It looks like they're going to go for it, but Aces is already low, and they're out in the blue.
Out in the blue at the moment. Heading in towards stage 3 soon as well, so this will hurt a little bit. I think Aces is most likely going to get knocked by this blue. Should be able to be picked back up again, assuming he gets into the circle with Nexus spotting him. Phew, a bad deal.
It's just not going to happen. Unfortunate, but they still have the profit so far on the day against the No Mercy Warriors. That is the silver lining. They can rely on that performance that they had on Miramar, getting that second place, a couple of eliminations as well. We'll see if they're able to continue. They still have Kespo to maybe try and grab a couple of points here, but hang on a minute. Blank, this is a real hard west side shift.
It really is. I mean, down towards where Gladiators are currently playing in that compound too. So a fantastic rotate from them that has worked out. You know, I say fantastic rotate, but it's off the back of kind of a little bit of luck that it heads over towards here. But it's still a heads-up decision to take this, understanding, as you can see, VULGAR boys only just now making their way through that valley. No one's taken the hilltop. So if it did shift back over towards that eastern side, Gladiators would have had that option to move back around again. I don't think we've seen in a long time anyone else try and challenge Gladiators for the hilltop. So it's a very smart move from them, and it works out perfectly in this situation. I do worry about Tixi and Meku. I'm glad that they're still trying to make this work, but it hasn't always paid off playing over on that western coast, trying to get information on players. Sometimes we'll just lose one, instantly get flushed, and then it's over.
Getting those flushes on board for SHOCKWAVE as well. Nice to find Alpha. Close by, Zerich with the sightlines down. Not going to be able to peep through those windows just yet. Mage Pride, they moved nice and early into their position. They've been holding it down for a while. KONINA Power and the Nameless, the 2 teams on the South Island, the only 2 teams who have not made it to this Northwest Islands as of yet. And they are going to face a real fierce battle to move this one forwards. No one's directly guarding the bridge at the moment, Blank, but as soon as you move from that edge, it's going to be tough times. VULGAR boys on the north side. They aren't in the circle, but they are all on the land on that northwest side. And NEXUS have kind of given them a lot of ground in front to move around this edge.
But as we know, John, tough times never last. Only tough teams last. We got a fair tough teams inside this lobby. MADBULLS down towards that southwest side. Alpha team currently holding that compound. There's a Major Pride as well just underneath Camp Alpha. So we do have some of the big top dogs the tough teams still remaining in a lot of really strong positions. NEXUS doing NEXUS things on this northern edge, just absolutely obliterating SHOCKWAVE, who are now sending the marching band in over towards their position.
Redoc's going to have to try and hold it off. Aza still Reservoir here on the far side, on the coastal side of this building. NEXUS don't have the sight lines for this flush. Magnazada will be able to find the first. Redox looks for it, will be able to spot a couple of players, but not before he goes down, and immediately they're on the swivel. NEXUS, SHOCKWAVE, a really good response to that, as Kapahala now the last to stand for NEXUS. He's sending down the roadside, might be able to get into this watchtower, but will be spotted by pretty much everybody in the local area.
Magnazada on SHOCKWAVE, I think that we haven't really talked about him too much, but he's actually been fantastic for the team in a lot of games in the past. So it's always nice to see Magnazada doing really well there. One of the newest additions to SHOCKWAVE. He looks fantastic. Very cheeky little headshot on the DBS. I mean, you saw how quickly he made that flick as well. So very mechanically skilled player. Gladiators will all regroup towards their compound on this southwest edge, as you can see there. Looking to probably hold out. The majority of the teams holding down towards the south side, which would be the smart move.
I'm also looking at Kespo from Dark Project, who's managed to get into Camp Alpha. If VULGAR boys don't check the angle, they might just be protecting him for the time being. Or he might be able to pick off one or two of them. They're going to want to keep that one going, because Camp Alpha right now is a very powerful position. There he goes. He's spotted. But you're going to have to get up earlier than that if you're going to get past the Foops, man. It's just not going to happen, Kespo. Sorry.
I mean, literally as you were saying that, I just saw the elimination feed pop up with Pylaus getting knocked by Kespo. Yeah, instant return fire over towards him. Tried to play the old VIP move, but he was not allowed to stay at that table for too long. KASIK team will be just coming down off the top side of the mountain. It's actually not a bad spot that KASIK's playing, because they do have really good angles down towards Major Pride for a little bit further into this game too. So if it does end up being a case this moves further towards the north, KASIK can easily just hold this position, take shots at the Nameless, take shots at Major Pride as they're trying to leave, and then slowly work their way up towards the outside of Camp Alpha. So I don't mind this spot at all.
No, it's a tricky one, but I feel like VULGAR boys are probably an easier prediction to make than most of the other teams in this lobby right now. I mean, the Gladiators have that position on the southwest side, trying to keep that compound under control. They've been there for a long time. They moved there early. That rotation that you said that I guess worked out well for them in this run. They are right on the edge now. MADBULLS, they're going to be moving in behind. Alpha have been under their sightlines for quite a while, but they haven't been motivated to go for the push, and they will lack that motivation still to make that move, but they're going to have to choose somewhere to go. So the MADBULLS riding on strong.
Flying out. It's not easy. It's a big pile up. Tulik is down. Reflector's hitting some good shots. Like I said, this rotation coming through from KASIK team just gives them phenomenal sightlines.
They just have such power with English, but this next circle shifts them away, Blank. They are now going to have to leave in the coming moments. Me and Kale think that VULGAR boys in Camp Alpha have a very good shot at taking this chicken dinner. I agree with myself, funnily enough. Gladiators, Maxman on that south side as well. You've gone for Major Pride on their position. You liked them being that front stop to the traffic jam.
I like the idea that they can go take Malloy's compound. Because I think I remember specifically a game way back when. It was Excuse Me playing this spot alongside with Furia, actually. They took down the Nameless, they took down the team on the top of the mountain, and they moved over towards this compound up front. Circle moved away from Camp Alpha. They took the game off the back of it. So, you know, a little bit of a case study been taken into consideration here. But it does kind of rely on Major Pride being good. They're kind of good on Sanhok. So, I believe.
Look at that. Motocross from Skills is, unfortunately.
There it is.
It's not going to be great. It's not going to be too good of a time for them. No score from the judges. KASIK wanting to pull 3 of their players back to life here, but They're still going to have to make their move. In the meantime, SHOCKWAVE getting decimated by the Vulgar boys. Vagnazada, you have been impressed with him, but he's trapped on the inside. Tresley shows a backpack. Foopsman dips in and allows Tresley to hop in through the window, and they will take it down. Look at his split, a death nade coming through. That's a team nade. Takimi takes down 2 of their own players. Luckily, no one's there to capitalize, but that slows them down. They'll need the res.
No, not Nomi. They needed that guy. Major Pride now down to 3 players. But they're in, which is the main thing. They just need to deal with this man. They get it. Yes, come on, boys.
Oh, you're really chuffed with that one. I heard that. Oh, goodness me. Major Pride hop in through the windows. They're playing as 3. The circle still contains the edge of Camp Alpha, giving Vulgar boys that wall to play with. SPG on the outside, and the Gladiators, they are making a solid rotation here. They flanked out, tried to third party that. They got some value for it. They're on 7 eliminations now, Blank.
Oh, it's an easy prediction from me, man. Like, this is, it's so done right now. Major Pride just sit inside this compound.
I don't know, 3 players.
Look, it doesn't matter. It's Sanhok. SPG, they third party onto Gladiators. Vulgar boys, they get shunted out from Camp Alpha. Gladiators take a couple of shots at them. Major Pride just sit this one out, man. It's a free win.
You think it's free?
I saw one.
You said that about KONINA Power the other day, and I believed you.
KONINA Power is a different breed of animal, okay? So, we can't... That case study was bad.
Okay.
It held no legs.
Okay. It held no legs. Oh. Legs. Legless case study. Gladiators, they've got Matic on that high ground. That ridge, a major feature for Gladiators to be playing around. They have a lot of oversight onto the route out from Vulgar boys. It is solid, the wall they're playing behind there, but they are going to need to move forwards, and those tank traps aren't the best of cover from the high ground. Neither is that wall.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, though. There's no cover for Gladiators right now. This moves away from their spot. It's just quite difficult to get out from. SPG sort of lucky that they still have a little bit of this compound in play. I think Tixie's holding a very nice angle over towards SPG at the moment.
Shots up the hill towards the Gladiators. Ooh, Black-White also. A little tickle. I think that might have been... That wasn't from the blue zone. Okay, this might actually be Major Pride getting very, very solid circle luck there to give them that case study win. Vulgar boys moving forwards. They have already got a position on the wall with Foopsman. Very difficult to deal with. Naomi, though, takes a nade. Forward position working out well. They'll know that there's a player on this wall now, though. Can the Gladiators move through? No, they're going to sweep towards SPG, and Tixie's going to fall first. Narvalo, close range with the DBS. Will he be able to eat the damage? Will be able to survive for now. And another knock over towards the Gladiators. They're getting swung on here as Kitsune challenges. Will be able to win it out finally, but SPG still have 2 players going. Matic on the high ground, a nade to displace him. They know he's there. Victor needs to win this, but will just have to run across the road as the blue zone pushes. Narvalo the last to go, and it is behind the tree for him. I just don't think he's going to be able to lift this one out with the blue zone coming on in. A nade back over to Foopsman for Major Pride in the meantime, as they are looking to extend this fight.
Oh, Effect takes down Foopsman. Easy peasy, free win. Got all of them dead.
Oh.
It's just so simple, you know. And then with them quickly finishing off this fight, they can start to move towards the ridge side after this. Circle's going to close. It's going to take down both these players. Overall, you know, just a champion prediction from me, as per usual.
Major Pride allowing Takimi to get through, but Vulgar boys go down in 4th place, Blank. As Major Pride get lit up on the cross. Matic is still there. The Gladiators, they might be a little bit down on their luck after that SPG scrap, but 2 players have fallen. Naomi the last, and launches a nade over the top, looking for the challenge. Somehow Narvalo's still alive, and he's in actually a pretty decent spot, playing around the north side of this ridge. Looking to move on through. The Gladiators still have this high ground. Naomi, close. Not going to be able to get this res just yet. Black-White crawling. Desperate to get something for this.
You know, he might actually be able to get back towards Naomi. I think he's worried about Narvalo, though, with a nade. Doesn't send it. Well, this might not be a free win. Might have lied to you.
I think you might have done. The Gladiators from on the top, they are, to be fair, they're not the closest to the center here. So if Major Pride can just survive with Naomi, they might force Gladiators to go for the drop shots. Narvalo cooking the nade. Wants to launch one up. Kitsune and Matic for the Gladiators. 10 eliminations. Narvalo goes down first. Naomi spots the first player flying, launching himself over, and it's all going to be done in a blink of an eye. The Gladiators send from the heavens. Blank, you were denied the case study, and instead it is Max who knows what he's talking about with that chicken dinner prediction, and the Gladiators know what they're doing. It looked dangerous as they took that fight with SPG, Blank, but they made it work, and that high ground ended up playing well.
Max said I was on copium as well before this game started.
Well, you're going to be on a little bit more copium. Not as much as me and Kale, though, with that Vulgar Boys prediction. They played...
a horrible time.
We have had a horrible time. They played from Camp Alpha, just weren't able to leave.
Yeah, honestly, I think overall Max is just too good at this game. There's not much I can do about it. But I did like how that match proceeded. I think Gladiators played a strong match. It was difficult when they got on that ridge side. And again, I did feel like regardless of whatever happened between them and SPG, it was never going to be an easy fight for either of those teams. Matic plays really well off the back of that, very patient in the first place. If they lose one more player, it might have been a major pride win. It's just unfortunate that Narvalo is able to get out that far over towards that side. Really, really rough stuff.
I was so surprised that Narvalo was able to live that fight at all, really, and get away with any health whatsoever. But he was able to do so, placing up into third. Good news for SPG. Good news, somewhat, for Major Pride, but better news for the Gladiators. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back over with the desk.
Always excellent to see here. Gladiators get themselves a win near where they drop and find themselves a big victory off the back of it. I mean, it was really down to the wire here when it came to the terrain. A few solos here and there, but Gladiators with the stable duo able to make it work, Max.
It's been a weird last 2 days, but now we're back to normal, okay? The big three are back. The MADBULLS win, you get the Gladiators win, you got Major Pride getting a top 3. Everything is back to how it should be in the European region. But yeah, interesting game. I would say also, Kalaris, the weird circle. It's been a bit tough for these guys. There was a lot of water at some point, and you were especially mentioning the crossing the roads being especially tough towards Camp Alpha, and some teams did struggle to make those shifts.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we see a lot of solos and duos by the end, right? Like, the fact that, yes, okay, there's a lot of water in play here in a circle like this, with the 21 points going the way of Gladiators, but also so much of that terrain is really hard to traverse. Anything from the coastline up towards the road is also, unless you're already there, it's difficult to then make transitions away from those areas. So I was thinking by circle 3, you've got like 60% of that circle that's pretty difficult to play. So it's just a kind of a reassurance for Vulgar Boys that Camp Alpha was in for such a long time, which got them further, but getting out of Camp Alpha is the big problem.
Yeah, they're looking at the bottom where the Dark Project and PERMITTA were fighting each other, not making it easy for them to reach the top 16 by the end of the day. So if they can avoid that, that would be good little change if possible. But yeah, otherwise we had some tough transitions for a lot of the teams. MADBULLS, interesting crash of the cars towards Alpha Team. I get what the idea was, and I think there was just a bit of miscommunication. They just crashed inside the cars, and Alpha Team's just got 3-4 easy eliminations off the back of that. So it was a nice, I get the idea, but the execution, like, that was looking more like I was driving the car, which is not a positive, you know?
Oh, no, you don't want that. No.
You don't want that.
Oh, no. All right, cancel the show. No. We're done here. Major Pride, let's take a look at them, though, here, as they were actually holding down pretty well on that, on that east side. Effect, he's back. Look at that, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I know Blank during that game was like, oh, no, me. They need that guy. They need him. but yeah, Effect, they also need him too. And I actually checked the stats. The last 2 days of play, he only got 5 eliminations over the course of 8 matches. in now one game, he's got 6 elims. He's overdone that side. He's back. Effect is back to the standard that we love to see him play, over 1,000 damage. And looking really good on their rotation. Leaving that building was going to be always tough for them, but they capitalize in terms of eliminations, in terms of damage, and they get that second place, which is what we've been missing these last few days.
And going up against a duo here of Gladiators on with a high ground as well, it was always going to be difficult for Major Pride to make any huge clutch happen with a solo left alive here in some of these final moments. But you know what? A second place with the elims they got is still good on Sanhok. As we take a look back at the highlights here, and some of these teams that are trying to battle for the 16th spot all just end each other very early.
Yeah, Aztec coming on, hell yeah, coming out strong, yeah. Though actually one rotation I was intrigued to see how it was going to work out was KASIK team, because we saw back in Camp Alpha there was your team, Kalaris, the VULGAR boys, oh yeah, fighting SHOCKWAVE. And I was expecting once that fight broke out that KASIK team were going to wide wrap north and try and third party that position, but instead they send it downhill towards some rocks that was not even in circle. I would have liked to see KASIK team put a little bit more thought in what the game plan was there, but they got caught very easily. Sure, they get eliminations off the back of that high ground position, but the transition after that, really tough.
Did you just see the use of that canted sight? I saw that.
Yeah.
That was interesting. There it is again. He's not using it this time. Very odd, very odd. But you know what? It's there.
Odd too. No, I was a little bit angry at this fight. I don't know why Gladiator sent himself over the road against SBG. I think that all you have to do is hold it where Matic was towards that sniper tower and just wait for SBG to push. So I think they lost 2 players when they could have easily took it slow and remained S4.
VULGAR boys here getting caught in Camp Alpha, not exactly the best position to be in. I mean, if you're a VULGAR boys and you know swiftly the circle is going to be moving out, you need to use those smokes in more of an aggressive fashion to try and get out of Camp Alpha. I mean, they were throwing smokes down on the inside of the wall in Camp Alpha. Okay, cool, that's going to keep you alive for a little while, but if you've got a few more smokes, you want to try and use those in like a pathway to try and get to the next location, but not to be the case for them. I guess just in the hurry, not able to make it happen.
Yeah, damn, almost 2.4k damage for Major Pride, significantly ahead of anyone else. I mean, there were so many teams coming their way south. There was the Nameless, there was KASIK team after they were gatekeeping, VULGAR boys, they got some shots also on GG at the end there, so they've been actively holding the southern edge. I can't speak today. I don't know what's
We're all
going
doing
on.
it today, don't worry.
Yeah, so no, good hold for Major Pride. I hope we're going to see a continuation of that, because if they can have a good day, maybe there's a glimmer of hope in the finals. They could catch up in PMGC points, but they need MADBULLS to just also suck, which right now they don't today.
No, they do not. Let's take a look at the overalls then and see where they're at, because, yeah, they're flying. Really good stuff. And Gladiators has been able to take second place here with this victory. For Dagestan and VULGAR boys, it's a little slip down overall. I mean, as Gladiators is back on for Major Pride, doing the little catch-up.
Yeah, a little bit more points here for Navallo too. He's been one actually of the top players, I think, this entire phase, which I'm really happy. Navallo is just so strong alongside Victor, but Navallo is a standout, it seems, this season after the big roster changes of Game Lords from spring to fall. So yeah, able to hold on to that first page. Would be cool to see if they can make it to champs in the finals, though. We're seeing a glimmer of Major Pride, Titan. They're jumping up there. They're on the first page. It is slowly getting back to normality, which you love to see. Not MUERTE though.
No, they're in a rough spot. Although they're currently in the top 12, so they might be able to see that Livik, which is exciting. Beyond that, though, the bubble of that Livik match really not moved much once again. VIRTUS.PRO here, just still on that 1-1-6. So we'll see if teams were able to bounce back against that. Dark Project, they had one alive in Camp Alpha, but they were ran over by the VULGAR boys. So not many points for them to try and challenge.
Yeah, I don't want to bring it back for Nexus. I think we're going to get to a point where they're going to have 100 more elimination than placement points. I believe that's going to happen today.
Maybe.
Shots.
That's exciting. All right.
Oh, yeah.
What's also exciting is the survey. Go fill that out and tell us what you think about PMPL as a whole. And we'll be able to learn from that, I guess. All right. Well, let's head on over to the casters here for our next match. It's going to be Erangel, John and Blank.
The only Erangel of the final day, Blank. We are in the middle of those main matches. Another opportunity to prove your mettle, to maybe get into the Livik at the end of the day and maybe just about reach that bubble.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary now, a bit spooky. overall for some of these teams, looking to get themselves up. Dark Project, 242 points. No Mercy Warriors on 257. They've got a game in hand here, so there's still a chance. There's still a chance for these lads. The only thing that does worry me slightly is that Dark Project don't really have a chance here at getting over towards Livik. But now with the No Mercy Warriors, 99 points. So I think that there is still an absolute definite possibility that we see Dark Project get in towards those finals. I genuinely think, though, No Mercy Warriors, I would prefer to see them go forward into the finals. I think they've had some good pop-off moments throughout the tournament to get here. They've fought against some of the most difficult teams. I mean, on Miramar, they really have to struggle hard because they're very close to playing against the guys from MADBULLS a fair few times. Dark Project, though, it has just been a couple of games recently where they've been able to get some more points on board. But again, if you have that last day hustle in you, fair play, make it happen.
They are looking to keep that pedal firmly pressed on the metal. The Dark Project drop out early over towards Primorsk on that very pier area. It's like Titan are going to join them, so they'll force Ivaneska to regroup on over. So it looks like that's what they're looking for. The plane path, probably the most unkind to drops like MUERTE Power over on that southeast side. Don't believe Nexus are playing in this one, so it's not going to be too much of a put out for them.
Not really. I mean, for Dark Project, it's not a big deal. Very peer held by Titans. They're just looking to take Quarry and Primorsk, hold those two positions. Nexus still out very late towards Kameshki. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Means we get to see a different type of Nexus this time around, though. I don't know about the placement points. I think they're just living the dream right now, which is just the elimination paradise, which is fair play. Right now, they are very much confirmed to go through to the finals itself. Currently sat in 8th place, 430 points. A little bit of wiggle room there in terms of teams underneath them. KONINA Power, 427, VULGAR Boys, 424. But overall, they are definitely safe in their position. We'll keep you safe over in our space, over on the social media. It's pretty dastardly, though, the meme that he's putting out, Mr. Maxman, as is this rundown coming through from Titans, who are just chasing KONINA Power. That was a bit of a crazy play from Icy. I respect it. I mean, it's a tactical jump out, looking for more shots from stable ground.
Tactically reducing your health bar to almost 0. I like it. I mean, to be fair, you hop out, you just go for the flush. You don't want KONINA Power to wrap back and maybe get a cheeky Rares on board. First elimination. Cool collected. It's Icy. They are really going for it. A little bit of... Where did he go?
What?
What just happened?
Disappeared, bro.
No idea. I tell you what, that is an excellent move.
He's Houdini'd him. It's over.
He's disappeared. Oh my goodness, mate. You love to see it. Or if you're Titan, you hate to see it. Or not see it, as the case is.
Yeah, invisible. Just dropped on the cloaking system. Fair play to him. Gets out of there. Happy days. Over towards Rozhok. Major Pride. No MADBULLS. Oh, so much space to play with. So much time to work with. It is overall a good time for them. The back of their second place, which they realistically should have won that game. You know, Max is just cheating. He's using Predictron again. I get it.
Oh, what? Really?
I see how it is.
Can't be tapping into that sort of power willy-nilly. That's not okay.
Next, Kameshki is kind of an interesting one. I do actually sort of like it, just because they seem to kind of just lock themselves in over towards MUERTE Power. Drop down a campfire, you know, just roast some marshmallows, not do too much, and then send themselves in later on, realizing that they've sort of missed the boat slightly, and will have to go for something a little bit drastic. So Kameshki Stalber, that gives them a lot of time to work with here into this next circle, which is on the eastern side. Third match of the day, we still have 3 more to come, including a tasty little TDM after this bad boy, which will be, again, the semi-finals deciding who will be heading up against in our winners bracket.
Lovely stuff. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, but for the moment, you've got an Erangel to whet the appetite for it. Over on this northwest side, it's a lot of teams now. Gladiators, PERMITTA, No Mercy Warriors, VULGAR boys over in Zaki. A very, very difficult rotation set, probably for quite a few of those teams now, as they're going to have to figure out how to navigate to the east side of the island. There's space enough for all of them, to be fair. As soon as they get on the road, they should have a fair time of getting through, but there will be a lot of competition when they arrive at where they're going.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams really not very close to the circle right now, and I think some of these teams that are within the circle already just have a huge amount of room to pick and choose on their compounds. I think both of them will try and head as central as possible so they get the bead, the drop on the stage 2 circle. Looking at teams like SBG not having to deal with one of those cheeky moves from Dark Project who like to drop towards their western edge. There's the MUERTE Alpha team VIRTUS.PRO, Major Pride. So some games definitely on the cards for all 4 of these teams actually. So I'm pretty happy to see it.
It's a lot of space, like you say. TUNA looking to try and net some of that space for themselves. Unicorns of Love going to allow that from Pachinki. They're not going to have these sight lines as TUNA roll in across that ridge that sits north side of things. Actually, they're going to dip into Pachinki a little bit, maybe trying to guard out Unicorns of Love. Have they smelled something? Have they figured something out? But they're into the fields, not fully committing to that north side. They are leaving a backstop there, a scouting position, and this is the amount of space that they're able to control.
Yeah, I mean, for TUNA, it doesn't really matter too much for them. I mean, Unicorns of Love most likely not going to try and take anything too aggressive here. They could prove me wrong considering they don't really have much to lose anymore. It's always an unfortunate part when you get a team so far down towards the bottom. They do make some interesting maneuvers towards these final days. The last 24 hours.
That's what it's all about. We are in match 3 of it as well. For the top teams, there's 3 more matches to play after this. For the teams below 12th place, there's only the 2. And some of those teams as well will be denied even that. They'll have to take their break in the next 2 as well. So very, very crucial games for a lot of teams here, Blank.
Very much so. Gladiator's been able to get themselves back up into 2nd place spot. Kind of cool as well. Over Dagestan. I mean, they've just been slowly pumping away at these points. That used to be how we see the majority of the games go for Gladiators, majority of the phases. Like, even though you sort of like have these big old eyeballs on some of these other teams, right? You're looking at other places. Gladiators are constantly there, constantly putting up points. This is what I was talking about. The old crazy plays.
The old twist coming on through for Gladiators. Sending straight past the Unicorns. It's going to work out. A disengage from Unicorns into TUNA, who have been here for a while. We spoke about what they were doing, scouting on the north side of Pachinki. And the scrap continues. Gladiators are just going to fully leave this one behind. Get ahead, get central. Try and play for that one. Not going to look to third party just yet. Don't think they've turned around for it. So it's going to be a straight up fight. Unicorns and TUNA. Obito crawling back behind the shack. Trying to stay safe for now. They should be able to pick this res up. Can they get on their bike? Can they get safe? I take that back, actually. This is very much not a resable situation. I thought they had a backup player there. But no, Roll Kiss takes them on down, spurts the water from the ground. Refreshing.
Very nice. Very, very nice. TUNA now making their way further in towards the circle here. As you do get that zone 2 shift up towards Yasnaya Poliana. So SBG in the mix here. Just taking a look at SBG though, this phase 3, 6th place position. You know, it's constant improvement from them from phase to phase. You know, 13th place phase 1, 9th place phase 2, and now looking to finish around that top 5 position, top 8. It's really nice to see coming through from SBG. I mean, they are tied currently with the guys from TUNA Esports. It's just the tiebreaker and the chicken dinner that's leaving them behind. So I think SBG, the storyline we set up towards phase one was a case of, look, they're a team that's relatively new in terms of their IGL in Narvalo. He's getting used to the role. He was always just playing as that fragger, as that frontman for the team back in the day. They've had to readjust in terms of calls, in terms of players. So it was understandable that it would take a little bit of time for that to come aboard. I think right now they have a really strong core roster, I would say, of Snoix, Victor, and Narvalo. Possibly between Alex, Alar, and Inaus, there could be some changes happening because I do think that fourth player is a little bit in flux right now. But for SPG, if they continue on the trend and just stick around in the game, certainly there is very good potential for them in the future.
They're currently, this phase, in 6th place right now, Blank, which is better than the performance that they've had so far in the other 2 phases. 11th on the overall ranking, so they have had that step up. They have developed that IGL dynamic, that new player dynamic. You're right. That has been good to see. They haven't managed to reach the heights of Dagestan or maybe even VULGAR boys when we look back at this phase, but still impressive nonetheless. The Gladiators, they've been impressing us all tournament long. They've had their slumps, they've had their couple of off days, but they are always there. They are always in the conversation. They were able to take their 2nd place back as well against Dagestan this time around from this phase. They're both as well on the same number of matches, so it's not like one of them has more matches played or anything. They have managed to just do that off the back of their own talent, their own skill. It's great to see.
Well, the T800 vibes, right? They're always in the rear view mirror, chasing you down. It's a bit scary. You can never fully get rid of the Gladiators. They'll always be in the conversation. I think that's what I've always praised them for in the past, is the case of just consistency is marvelous from this squad.
Yeah.
You can't fault them for it.
No, it's what Max was saying as well about how Dagestan have played so well, is their pop-off games are made so much stronger by the fact that their bad games aren't even that bad when you are able to get a couple of points on board and prop yourself up like that. It's kind of the same throughout the last year of watching this roster on the Gladiator side. Unfortunately, as I say that, Major Pride are going to take one of them down. They're going to find a 2nd knock as well. There's a lot of scrapping going on the southwest side, and further in, Unicorns of Love and Titans are being at loggerheads. The Gladiators fall down, so the point that I was making just then, it's kind of just don't pay attention to it for this match, but in general, I find it to be true. Unicorns of Love as well, doing good stuff against Titans, but they're down to 2.
Your point is still technically true, though, right? Because even if they've gone down here, they've already got themselves a chicken dinner. They are putting up points consistently. It's just, they'll have some games where they go down. That's fair play. And I think that we just focus a little bit too hard in on those games because of who they are, of what the prestige that is behind them. I mean, we saw MADBULLS done absolutely shockingly for the past few days as well. Despite that, we haven't really talked too much about the same. They'll say they'll get back on their bike, which they certainly have, get themselves chicken dinner right at the start of the day. Always lovely to see. And it's just, it swings in roundabouts for these teams, it really does. Sometimes you get unlucky, sometimes you can't make your way in, especially with a very hard Eastern shift like this. For Gladiators, it's even more difficult when you're playing in from North George.
Titan. Very wide split here on the south side with a lot of teams nearby trying to move around the Yasnaya fields. It's just a little bit too much to bear in my mind. Dark Project, looking for the push forwards. We've talked a lot about the dynamic between this team and No Mercy Warriors, the 2 teams hovering around that 16th place bubble. The Nameless starting to pale in comparison here. But Blank, there is a very real possibility the Dark Project are able to push this one through, are able to push past the No Mercy Warriors. The 15-point difference that sits between them, 2 matches to play. Can they make something of it? Can they get that opportunity?
It's a tough one. It certainly is. And like you said, only a couple more matches to play today to get it done. So it's not easy by any stretch of the word.
If No Mercy Warriors go down here, they'll be on 0 points, and that's the window just opened a crack for Dark Project.
You have to get their little grubby paws in there, scratch it open, and get moving. With this circle, there is potential he can get down there. L compound currently free for VIRTUS.PRO to try and take. Ruda's already over towards it. You got Nexus on this north side. Oh my days, is this a Nexus game? It's a Nexus point scorer. We currently have 3 teams with 1 player still remaining. So there's 1 team with 2 Unicorns of Love, so a bit of an odd start to our Erangel here. A lot of eliminations already going through by stage 4. 47 players still left alive. A little bit interesting. Roga
down. Solo player and Nexus are going to get 1 step closer to a placement point. You love to see it. Aztec behind the shack, maybe. Their next point on the cards. Unicorns of Love going in against Old Boy. That's a bad time. 2 players still active for Titan. They played that wide split and they still maintain it on the southwest side.
The Titans are a weird team. This is the replay over towards PERMITTA as VULGAR Boys just kind of tore into him a little bit. But yeah, Titans definitely a weird team. There's times where they look like they're not amazing, right? They look like they go down a fair few times. They look like they lose players. They hemorrhage players frequently. And then you'll have a situation where 2 of their players can take on some of the best squads in the entire game, or they'll get into a position early on, you'll crash them, you'll get absolutely decimated by them, and then they will go skipping off into the fields and all get crumpled by one of the worst squads in the lobby. So it's a bit interesting to watch them. Doesn't really make sense a lot of times. I am curious for their finals performance. Is it going to be a change in playstyle? Who knows?
There's a lot of flat terrain around this area, Blank. In the middle of the junction of these 2 roads, it's basically completely open. Nexus have that position up on top. Alpha down below. The lone player from TUNA may be vulnerable here, but looks like on the southwest side, there's another challenge to the Titans' position. 3 points so far on the cards. The back shots from SBG gonna pull Titan Old Boy off of that angle. Icy playing on the inside, lights up Kespo for 1. Gets the knock, retreats upstairs. They are gonna try and push through with the DBS, but Icy turns around on the corner. There might even be off angle, still pouring in through the window. Aces goes down next, and Icy keeps it together for Titan. Old Boy is not into this scrap just yet to drop down. Oh my god, Icy is pulling them apart at the seams. And Dark Project don't know what just hit them. They are into the freezer and down to 1.
I mean, for Dark Project, worst thing that could have happened to them there, getting duoed by the Titans. This is what I'm talking about, man, is that 2 of these players can absolutely ruin your entire day. So for them, they just have to send Forced off into the distance, hope to get some more points. I mean, Aztec going down from No Mercy Warriors, there's still potential at a profit on this game. Never mind, I was joking. It was just a joke, guys, 100%.
Just a funny Blank joke.
Yeah, that was... I will now remove myself from the comedic stage. Goodbye.
Excellent. Moving on, SBG, though, still feeling the ire of Icy as he continues to rain down anyone who steps to him. This guy's been a force to be reckoned with in this building. God, he has had a good time. But the blue zone will finally be the thing that pushes him out. You can be as strong as you like. The blue zone's always stronger. It will force him into the sightlines of SBG on the long run. But Victor's down. Looks like they might even lose Einaus to the zone, and that is going to be a bad time on the southwest side. All courtesy of Titan.
All courtesy of Titan. What a little crazy bit of gameplay coming through from Old Boy and Icy overall. Always lovely to see. So mighty over towards this western side. Currently trying to take down the remnants of SBG. VULGAR Boys attempting to assault over towards VULGAR Boys. So far, it's a couple of interesting teams. I mean, this kind of circle over towards Yasnaya does have some interesting little bits of terrain, but does quite open towards the central arena. So as we get further into this match, the more difficult it's going to be for all 9 of these teams to remain up. A lot of times you can get towards maybe zone 7 and still have 4 teams. I don't think that's going to be so much the case here.
Spray down over towards Narvalo. A clean sweep prediction here. Nexus on the high ground compound. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to go down, but VULGAR Boys might be the ones to do so. If there is a team in this lobby, they are certainly one of them.
Got a little
buggy spin.
We've got our little prediction page
Put in Nexus. Do it, Max. He's complied. He's written 10 yeses in a row. So I'm excited for it. I feel like we're part of a JoJo meme. Yes, yes, yes.
I'll take your word for it that that is a JoJo meme, and I should congratulate you upon it. Well done. KONINA Power trying to hold out Major Pride on the south side. Is it seemingly going fairly successfully at the moment? Major Pride needing to get over these hills, trying to take KONINA Power down. One of the few strong areas in this current circle. It's Nexus, Alpha, VIRTUS.PRO, and KONINA Power. Arguably Shockwave in these 5 spots that can really hold down their location. The rest of it fairly open. MUERTE just about hiding on the west side.
Yeah, keeping it clean for the time being. I really do hope this is a Nexus win. It would make me extremely happy. They'd almost double their placement points. Crazy, I know.
But this is bad news for Max's prediction of them getting 100 more elimination points than placement points, right? Because if they get the chicken dinner, then that's really going to eat into their potential here. But VULGAR boys going for the fight. It's all important the Nexus hold this out. MUERTE going to aid in that pursuit as Foopsman himself.
Yes!
PYLAS goes down. Blank screaming. And he's going for it. We're going in for the next shot as well onto Dakimi. The move forwards from Nexus. Is he going to hop out? Is he going to go for the drop shot? As Tresley under pressure from Kapahala on the sidelines. On the inside, has the angle to maybe get a res here. Kapahala on the outside to MUERTE, third party. 2 teams to fend off. Nexus are going to have their metal tested now, Blank. Foopsman is down. PYLAS is fully flushed away as well. Kapahala low. Lead over to MUERTE. Beautiful from Redox. Launches it out the window and makes things work. A knock sent back in towards EXO, but he's on the top floor. Oh, super vulnerable. Another flush, and it's now just the one player standing for the VULGAR boys. They're able to get the knock. Hang on a minute, they got the res. It's Foopsman. Can he make it work? Redox, there's a guy inside. You gotta be worried, he's right there.
Oh, it's Foopsman as well. This is not a guy you want to be going up against. And now Furia going to come back in for the test. They do finally finish him off, and Nade's going to go through the window. It's not on target, though. So to MUERTE, now just down to Furia, and Milky Way out the way. Nexus, the absolute beasts of the lobby. They push them to their Nexus. This is absolutely insane.
They're going to keep that ratio alive as well. 10 eliminations, meaning they cannot get fewer or more placement points than eliminations this match. KONINA Power pushing on through as Major Pride tried to make their way around the edge. What a holdout on the north side for Nexus, but the zone moves just about away from them, and Alpha might be able to control them on the route down.
Oh my days. Shockwave, Alpha, VIRTUS.PRO, KONINA Power. They hear the bongos off in the distance. It's the Warlord's drums. It's Kapahala, and he's on his way.
Hark, your doom is nigh. The Warlord rides strong from the north side, but will they be able to move this open terrain? Shockwave with the shots over on the east side. They have that position, that strong building. As Nexus still just about have that open ground, they'll need to play the lips here. Make sure they have all the smokes available. You can see 9 for Redox. With 2 teams crashing on them, Blank, they're going to have as much utility as you could hope for.
Alpha with 2 limbs, Shockwave 2 limbs, KONINA Power with 6, and VIRTUS.PRO with nothing. Nilch, nada right now. But Nexus with a big 10, they got the double digits. They're the only teams fragging in this lobby right now.
They're on the Milk Road, ready to get on the gravy train. For the points, for the prizes, for the pride as well. To move down south, no team looking to make that first breach in. The Nexus have descended just a little bit to that next ridge.
Max has just made me aware that Kapahala currently has 0 eliminations. But he's playing the Bard role, right? He plays the bongos, and he supports the team. He gives them speed, power, alacrity into these final moments, keeping them inspired to do what is necessary for the Nexus chicken dinner, to double the placement points, to get the big numbers on the left side of the screen, not the right side. We don't want to see more eliminations, we sort of do, but we want to see more placements.
He is that augmentation factor to the rest of the roster, finding those bright points and shining them to a blinding gleam in this match, hopefully. Power of Nexus. We'll see if it's going to work out for them. Alpha, KONINA Power, VIRTUS.PRO, all on the south side. This road, ooh, it's going to be such a major battle.
Yes!
On the south, that is a great shift for both Alpha and Nexus. Obviously, we're more happy about Nexus, but Alpha also have a really strong building there to control these crossings and to look out to Shockwave.
Well, Nexus is going to have to slow things down a little bit. Realistically, let's get back on in the terms of reality right now, because Nexus will have to definitely keep things a little bit sluggish, because for Alpha team, you're right, they do have a strong compound. The 3-story as well as this rooftop can be quite nightmarish to handle. So it's going to be a case of waiting for stage 8 right now, and then stage 9 eventually if we get there, for these teams to get Alpha team off this position. VIRTUS.PRO, Shockwave, as well as KONINA Power seem to be feeling quite stymied by Alpha. He's just trying to crawl through the valley. It's not going well for you, bud.
It's a bad time there. Tough stuff for KONINA Power. They did well to hold out Major Pride, but this might be one hurdle too far. Nexus continuing to blink away. That's over to Shockwave. A really good pickup.
Yes!
There it is. There's the flush over onto Magnazada. Doran continues the punishment out to the eastern edge. The spray downs into the smoke leave just one of Shockwave alive and standing. Off Hayes Court as well. VIRTUS.PRO have made their way through. And it looks like we're going to win to a 3-horse race.
They're being owned right now. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? What's happening right now? It is historical moments coming through from Nexus. They're shooting everywhere and anywhere, all at once right now. They're taking everyone to task. 2 teams are sorting their position. Let's go!
Production in as well. Let's go for Nexus. Production gets the points if we win this as well. That's a 3-pointer for them if Nexus are able to find it. No, Kapahala's down. Don't worry about it. They get this res. Now it is the hour. Their next move is crucial, and look at that. Beautiful. Doran moves forwards. That is the way you want to go.
He knows he needs to get up front and personal to ensure the res goes off in the back line. This next circle going to be so important. It needs to get out from that zone, but unfortunately, it is further down towards Alpha's position, which makes the life of Nexus a little bit difficult. But these guys, they're wearing armor. They're like knights shining in the sun. They're defensible. They're hardy. They're strong. They're going to make their way over towards Alpha, and they're going to dismount them from this dominant reign of terror that they've had from this building's rooftops.
Find the tilt yard. To the joust, friends. Nexus need to ride on. This is their next hurdle. Sally forth. Redox breaks wide. The forward position from Nexus can control potentially this high ground, this rooftop, and Redox, he's dodging, he's dipping, he's diving, Blank. Nothing hits this guy. It does not stick.
Oh, Kapahala is down though. Unfortunate business coming through from Elementrix. I don't think they thought Redox would continue to that position, if I'm perfectly honest, from Alpha, which is why they stopped shooting him, and then they look immediately to the right like, wait, he's still going? Kapahala almost certainly will be going down.
The buggy was busted. He tried to hop in and get in the vehicle, but he couldn't move. And Kapahala, you're right, he will fall, but Nexus have their line. There it is.
Possible.
The nade from Redox breaks them.
Oh my god. That's huge. 16 limbs right now. Zone 9 we're getting into. They have the open zone. This is so important for them. It's a 4v3. But as Alpha has to leave this building, there is a slight advantage going over towards Nexus, because as they get off from that rooftop, the high ground dismounted, they can start to move a little bit further. Doran realizes there's nades in the mix.
This is where the masses of utility that Nexus are able to pull out of all of those teams' boxes is going to come into effect. Look at the smokes blooming around this stronghold. Mandarin and Redox, the off-angle competitors, to keep Nexus going.
Come on, Doran.
Spotted. Go on, get in.
Oh, that's actually huge. I think he's trying to tag him with the shotgun to get a little bit of damage. Now he knows the general location. This is Mega Brain. This is Mega Mind Brain. He drops the nade over, but he goes down to a nasty nade from Zashipa.
Reflect is caught close to the zone, but he continues to bombard. Exo is the cruel target. The smokes continue to pop, but Alpha might just take this opportunity. That one looks good. That might just be a little bit short, though. They're right at the end of the smoke train. He's up and crawling. He's going for this res now. The smokes break forwards. Mandarin is still there. Redox, long nade. Oh, it's a Molotov. Burns the front of Mandarin's rock. He stays alive, and Doran, back up. Can he keep himself alive? Can they get this shimmy shake?
Man, that is crazy he's been able to do that. Redox, though, should be spotted from Mandarin, but he's too busy with a nade in hand. Some more nades going through. They need some big ones. Good damage hits onto him. And now it's just Exo and Doran sending the bombs over the top side with these nades. There's a fair amount of damage going through. Alpha 10 shit goes down, but there is the next knock, and it might just be all over as Alpha takes the win. But NEXUS can hold their heads high. What a game from them.
Just at the end, when you thought it was all done and dusted, Alpha were able to take it back into control. We were denied the glory that we were thought of, but Alpha claim it for themselves. They take up that mantle, and we'll take the chicken dinner here. A beautiful game for NEXUS, sure, but they couldn't make it all the way.
Yeah, the commander, the warlord, slightly useless, unfortunately. I mean, I'm sure he got some good damage in, let's be honest. I'm sure he got some good damage in. But yeah, overall, a great game from NEXUS. You love to see it. What a good game from them. Big respect out to them. 16 eliminations. That's nice. You know, to be fair, they only got a couple of points in terms of placements off the back of that. So Max's prediction might still come true.
Yeah, might still get a couple more. We'll see. But Alpha team taking the chicken dinner away from them.
It was almost perfect, but then we had the betrayal from Blank at the end against Kapahala. That's done. It's Alpha team, though, that are able to get themselves a victory. Admittedly, they had themselves a fantastic spot when it came to that compound, and Ashipa moving up to be able to hit that nade as well, using that lip. Really important stuff here to be able to get that victory on the board.
But NEXUS, second place.
Placement points.
Can't believe it. I think I've never seen Blank pop off more on the game, to be honest. He was off. He was going. He was popping off that match. But yeah, 22 points on board for NEXUS, 6 placement points, 16 eliminations, which, yeah, I mean, I think they're still going to have 100 more eliminations than placement points by the end of the day if it hasn't already happened with this game. But yeah, Alpha team, I was surprised. Their rooftop Kalaris was so strong in an L formation that the teams across the road and even the teams north and east of their location had no chance of fighting them. So they had 3 players on the rooftop just blasting at everyone around them. Yeah. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong spot, especially once they realize that all of the threats south of them are completely eliminated, right? Then they have free reign over being able to be on those rooftops and then have the cover that they need against the teams in the north, like NEXUS, for example, here. But again, you know, we know that NEXUS can frag. Let's be real. We've seen it throughout this phase especially, but we didn't know whether or not the placements could come their way. There he is, Redox. 9 eliminations, 1,110 damage.
Yeah, the Warlord this time taking the pacifist route, it seemed, in this game. Just doesn't want to eliminate anyone, just taking it very slow. But yeah, Redox off angle, Kalaris. We looked at the way he pushed over there. I think the entirety of NEXUS was surprised to see he was able to get there and live. And then he was able to just get rid of VIRTUS.PRO with some amazing nades. The moment he got knocked, you couldn't do much off the back of that. He was serving as a really strong off angle. But anyway, 16 eliminations. I'm having PMRC flashbacks here, Kalaris, where they have this one big, fantastic game, and then they disappear for the rest of the day. Hopefully not, but it's happened before.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the highlights and see how much of it is NEXUS here up in the north side, as well, of course. I mean, we have plenty of moments as well. Icy was able to do a lot of work himself. Yeah,
Icy's breach was... I mean, playing in heaven. I want to get back to that moment. Just show me the Icy plays, please. Yeah, Alpha team were fragging out since the very early stage. So Titan, talking about Icy, they had this very big split that I do not comprehend. If you want to do a 2-2 split, fair enough. They were doing a massive 4-man split, and they just got picked up one by one. Then it was just down to Icy. Not sure, but this is the play. And he just drops down, gets Dark Project, gets 3 points. Oh my god, what a gamer. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with him doing that against our projects especially, it feels like they're done, right? Like, I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to rise back up against that 16th place position that we're seeing No Mercy Warriors in, with Icy making plays like that against them.
It was an interesting fight versus SBG2. He just crushed it versus 2 squads. There was a nice little off-angle set up by SnowXTO that was really strong. KONINA power, they were not going to cross. There was no way. Though, actually, as we were talking about the rooftops being played by Alpha Team, you can see they were almost out of ammo. But no team got close enough to the point where they would use their nades. So when they had to take the fight and Nexus were nade range, they just completely blasted their position with those nades, with the mollies, with everything they had in their arsenal that was remaining. But Redoc's position versus Pro, it was so important. Could have been a win condition, but he got knocked first, so unfortunately it was tough for them to then hold that fight up against Alpha Team.
Yeah, the Grenadier role here from Redox back in full effect, Max, to be able to see him throwing those nades. We don't have to count them this time around. It wasn't almost 20, but it was enough. It was enough to be able to get them in a decent spot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we want to see from Nexus. Hopefully it's going to build them a little bit more hype before going into the finals. It's our last day and see how that's going to be panning out. Because I think we all expect Nexus to do well. We saw what they could do in Spring Championship, and it's been... The Eastern Stars roller coaster is back in full effect, it seems, but I still have hope that we can see some good stuff in the finals from the boys, so we'll see how it pans out.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overalls then and see what's what, because we've got ourselves MADBULLS up at the top, of course, as usual, as is to be expected. Major Pride now into 5th place here. The fight back is definitely on for them, now tying up those points with Titan Gaming, and SBG just 1 point behind them, man.
It's insane that it's only what was that 4-point difference between Major Pride and TUNA Esports from 5th to 8th. You could have this could result in actually a decent amount of extra bonus points if you are, for example, TUNA Esports, you get a pop off, you're in top 5 instead of being top 8 or maybe lower. I don't know how close it is with the teams on the top of the second page, but it is a very small point disparity once you exit the top 4. And look, yeah, it really is just nothing. It's just one decent game, and Nexus could be in top 5, sorry, should I say. So, yeah, it's the big sponge at the top.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity here, so if they're able to keep going, that'd be cool. I mean, admittedly, they've only got one more game left before they're actually able to, you know, actually have that break game beyond all of this. But yeah, down at 16th place, it is going to be tough to see Dark Project try and challenge for that. But anyway, we've got the casters ready to go for TDM. Then we're rolling into more games. Yes. Let's go.
A little bit of a break from the intense point-scoring action that's coming through on this final day. The manipulations, the maneuvers on those tables. So interesting to watch. But even more interesting, this time around, it's match 18, Dagestan and Shockwave. That's right. It's going to decide who's going up against KASIK in those finals. I'm interested, man. Dagestan versus Shockwave. I think it's going to be a Dagestan win, personally. I believe it. I believe it. We'll see how dominant it can be as well, coming through from Dagestan. Though Shockwave has shown some pretty good metal when it comes to the old TDMs, but already you can see this. The boys, they're moving out. They're getting around it. They're getting amongst it. That's what you want to see. Pop off for the first the second of the semi-finals, rather. KASIK team watching with bated breath, wanting to know who they're going to face off against for those finals. The first point for Dagestan. Overall, it's a pretty nasty way to start your game for Dagestan, getting blinded and naded at the same time. Overall, just a very disorientating experience. Wagnazada is out. He was doing much of the heavy lifting for Shockwave in the past. Limbo now. It was actually a good start, initial play from Dagestan. They sent one player off through this right-hand side, through the doors, got the nade across. Pretty interesting. It's worked out well. Shockwave playing through the doors, going to get naded a little bit there. Limbo sending the ordnance down. Zadira does finally bite the dust. There's another one. Looking to try and suppress the angle. Shifu breaks out wide, gets a little spray, but nothing more than that. Wagnazada not so lucky on the other side. They are going to be able to establish that crossfire and just lining it up. Zadira doing work for Dagestan. Oh, I like that as well. And cheeky pickup on the S12K. He's got a Groza and an auto shotted. Kind of a cruel combo. That is going to be devastating in the moments to come. Getting a lineup on the nade? No? Okay. No, he's thought better of it. He's going to go in. Pistol in hand for Aza. Not sure about that one. Shockwave present themselves to Dagestan on the side alley there. They're scared.
They're running terrified right now. Dagestan, just like absolutely disgusting at the moment. Just blasting out versus the Shockwave squad. And they're not sure what to do. I think Dagestan is kind of having a good game at the moment. I felt bad for Wagnazada looking up at the sky, making a silent prayer.
Here he goes, though. Okay, we're going to go 2 for 1 right now on the trade. Shifu doesn't go down either, and Zadira just blasts them back. 11 to 5 now. A decent scoreline open. 6 points in the lead. 7.5 minutes.
A bit of a trade. The sniper shotgun, full effect there. Wagnazada now back up into the spawn. So nice spot here for them. Keep tries to get around the corner versus Kaz, but we have actually evened things up just a little bit. And Dagestan trying to get a little bit of restabilization on board there. And it seems like they have found it. Up by 6. Decent spot to be in. I think right now, if they can continue this sort of lead, even if it takes like another 4 minutes to get towards that 35 elimination count, it should be a pretty clean win here for Dagestan.
Just need to keep it under control. Limbo gets across. Doesn't take the damage from Aza, and a quick close peek from Shifu wins the day. Wagnazada tries to swing and will be able to find one in response. 15-9, 15-10, and it's evened once more. 16-10, 6 points in the lead still.
Ooh, I like this from GG Not GG, pulling out the old red dot SKS. Very nice little weapon, kind of a surprising weapon that's come out recently in the old TDM factor. Wagnazada here gets up close. Shifu just runs in, trying to open things up for the team, get them a bit more space to work with, just sacrificing his life for it. It's worked out fantastically. Look at this, they've retaken control. They remain 6 points ahead. As long as they can keep doing this, it should be curtains for Shockwave.
Trade for trade is all they need to do. Nothing special necessary for Dagestan. They just can't afford to be flanked on, can't afford to be lit up. Go for those negative trades. Well, they can afford to do it 5 times. I'll wait and see how many they're able to execute on, but the sprays just seem so clean from Dagestan. There's very little that they can do in the face of it.
Yeah, Shifu's really not letting up. Kaz comes around the corner with the S12K. It's not enough. Zadira will take him down. Again, these trades just coming through thick and fast right now. Beautiful headshot from Shifu.
Spraying on the corner, looks for more as well. Bold, and we love it. 10 points in the lead now as we near the halfway mark on the timer. First to 40, or most at 10 minutes is the rule set. And 25 points right now at the halfway mark. Good stuff from Dagestan. There's the DBS, and Zadira will continue the marksman rifle prowess. Moving through for a second as well. Look at him go on this SKS. It is brutal in close range.
Yeah, just blasting out with it. Dagestan looking sort of like the puppeteers right now. They're just controlling Shockwave's pushes, getting a little bit more aggressive now as they head to 33-16. One of our most dominant games here in TDM.
Wow. And in the semi-final as well. It's over double the points total that Dagestan have been able to achieve here. They do manage to even up just a little bit, but still 35-18. You don't even need to trade evenly at this point. Just throw 4 players at each person, and you're gonna find this one.
It's kind of a cruel tactic that Dagestan has employed as well, which is all pulling out grozers, handheld shotties, and then just stealing the shotguns off the side from Shockwave. 40-20. What an incredible win there coming through from Dagestan. Only Limbo got a trailer behind, but I think he was playing majority of those off angles, trying to create space for them. And they'll be heading through to the winners bracket versus KASIK team. And what a little finals that will be, because both those teams probably some of the most improved squads throughout the entirety of PMPL EU, and so it'll be fantastic to see exactly who wins that showdown.
We've also got Titan Gaming and Shockwave competing in that match 19 down there to decide 3rd and 4th place as well. So we've got plenty more TDM on the cards. But I'll tell you what we're looking at right now, Blank. It's the next match of league play with the final 2 games. It's the final match for a couple of these teams as well. Yeah. We're looking at Major Pride, NEXUS, KONINA Power, and Dark Project. All 4 of them. This is their last chance to shine.
Yeah, last game here for the entirety of the league stage format before we head over towards the finals for a couple squads here. So it's nice to see, and then we'll be heading over towards Miramar to just round things off. Top 12 will be heading through for Livik for a couple more points, and then next week it'll be the finals.
Sneaks up on you, doesn't it? Feels like just yesterday we were kicking things off, observing the MADBULLS' dominance over in Phase 1. That point sponge replicated now in Phase 3, bookending the league stage. In violent fashion, the MADBULLS are able to keep that total up. They are not catchable now, Blank. The Gladiators just too far behind in that second place. Second place, not firm, and as Max was saying over on the desk, all the way down to pretty much TUNA in 8th, maybe 9th, 10th, 11th as well can have a shot of jumping straight on up if they get that pop-off game here. There is a lot of teams looking to find that.
A lot of teams looking for it indeed. Right now, MADBULLS 100% will be taking first place in the general rankings at the end of this. Second place, dominantly held right now by Gladiators. Titan Gaming, though, between them and Major Pride, third place in general rankings is still a little bit iffy. You know, 527 to 525. There is a difference maker to be had here.
Could all change. There is a lot to play for, even right down to the wire. At the end of this marathon, these teams will have played 75 matches, some of them with all the Liviks involved as well. It is a long road, but it is still so closely fought for some of these spots. For those bonus points, all important moving into the finals.
Playing path up towards that northern edge. MUERTE out early towards Monte Nuevo. Dark Project, that last game to make something happen here. I said before, it's just so unlikely of what we're seeing at the moment. Very hard shifter towards that northeast side as well, so not an easy game for your final match of the day.
No Mercy Warriors, 2 matches left to play. They've taken their break already, which means that Dark Project need to find the 14 points necessary to catch up in just this match. Facing off against a double billing from No Mercy Warriors. It is dire straits at the bottom of the tables, and I think you might be right. It is just fading away from them. It requires No Mercy Warriors pretty much to be going down with 0 points in both of their matches, which is not an impossible feat for them. They have done this before.
Yeah, it has happened. So, you know, looking at this, 15 points in terms of a profit. Realistically, it's a chicken dinner here for Dark Project to make things feel a little bit more secure, glued together. Somewhat unlikely. So right now, I think we're sort of just looking up towards the top side of the table. Definitely looking at Titans. And also, by the way, I forgot to refresh the general rankings page, so it's even tighter than I initially thought it was. Which is Titan Gaming's third place, 534 to Major Pride's 531. So there's 3 points difference in between. Will be the slight little thing that will push Major Pride into a podium finish. In which case, you know, MADBULLS, Gladiators, Major Pride, that would be the standard, right? It would be the de facto. With Titan Gaming up there, it's a real good breakout performance. Joining us in PMPL EU with Old Boy back in the mix once again.
I mean, I always had faith in them right from the start. Blank, I had them in my top 3. I think I had Gladiators, Major Pride, and Titan. But to be honest, I am still a little bit disappointed with some of the ways that they're playing here and there. They've managed to make it work on the points totals, though, so you can't argue with that. And they've done pretty well in general on these bonus points, placing 4th place both phases so far, looking good to certainly have a shot to jump up to 4th place here as well, to get a very good start moving into those finals. Be within striking distance of the MADBULLS, within striking distance of the Gladiators, keeping things nice and fresh.
KASIK on your team at the moment. 3.29 average eliminations here. A little bit of a fall off from KASIK team overall. I haven't minded it too much, though. I think that they had sort of their pop-off moments over towards Phase 2. Faded out just a little bit in Phase 3, but they've secured their position. They'll have time between now and finals. Try and figure out what kind of strategies they would like to implement going into that one. You know, you're only having to prep now for 15 other teams every single time. No rotating lobby, so a little bit easier to determine exactly what you want to do, which is probably what a lot of teams have been doing maybe this past week, in fact, who have already been confirmed themselves in towards those finals. Is sort of think about strategies, think about tactics, what we can be able to do next week. This final day is just a bit more points that they can get on board, get themselves a little bit extra cash as well.
I mean, the more info you can get from the teams that you know you're going to be facing off against, because most of these teams will have pretty much locked in the at least 15 teams that they'll be facing off against, right? That last spot really the only one that was subject to volatility. So they'll have been able to research specifically on quite a lot of teams moving through. SHOCKWAVE trying to move through onto the position that KASIK team rolled up on as well. Near has he ended up with Thron. As Terminus looks for the knock, looks for the flush to push on towards KASIK. Scars is there for the backup now. Not jumping the gun for Terminus, good stuff. There is a real long backup there for Vagnazada. All the way on that off angle. Aza as well, circling up to the north. The off angle's going to be looking strong here. Skills is a little bit vulnerable, but drops that smoke, keeps himself a little bit safer around those hay bales. Things are going to get a little bit dicey.
I think it's GG for Dark Project now. DeMoise just took down one of their players, and I can't imagine they're going to let them go anytime soon with the way MUERTE tends to play. Very scrappy team. Once they get in towards a boxing match, it's not over until the bell is rung and one team is knocked out. So for Dark Project, it's going to be difficult. Even if they move away now, I think MUERTE is likely to be close on their heels, hunting them down.
KASIK still going back and forth, holding off well. They're able to recover their player that was downed. And now SHOCKWAVE have 3 inside the stables. KASIK, lovely spray onto Terminus, catches their forward position, launches over as well. He wants this flush. Titan are chiming in. Look at this, Old Boy's moved in on the south side. He's playing very split once again from the rest of the roster. Look at that. But he's going to have an impact here. And Aza takes the knee.
Oh, aye. Old Boy's bored once again. Wants a little bit more action. Thrown into the mix here. KASIK team, though, done pretty damn well to hold on as long as they have done. Didn't start out too well for them, and there's still a chance they get all 4 players back up. Vagnazada drops the first 80. Only have 1 left in the back pocket now. Quick stim to full. He's ready for that 1v4.
Ready to go. Ready to try it. Will he impress us? Will he make it work? Hops out the back of the longhouse. Nade around the side. Ingush is down already. Skills is a little bit isolated. If this fight goes pear-shaped, it could be troublesome, but such low HP bar there. With a shotgun at this close range as well, with the backup coming around the corner. Sure, you get 1, but they'll pick this back up. Can Titan find an injured KASIK team, though? Ingush still down, by the way. They didn't go for the res with Unicorn. Skills is getting rezzed up as well. Titan giving them the time to get these reses through, but the health bars will not be super strong. Icy and Rob's forward position, and they want to go for this full fight, end to end. They light up the end side. And that is excellent start to the fight. Titan, excellent third party. They move in. Havlik, the only casualty. That's an easy pickup.
Yeah, sad for English there. He did actually get res and then just immediately re-knocked by Titans. So kind of sad for him. Circle goes a bit haywire up towards that northern edge. So a lot of teams will have to get a move on right now towards that top side. Titans with 4 eliminations decide that they want to hang on to their podium finish. They want to get a few more points on board. And in terms of just prestige as well, for Titans, you know, coming into this tournament as a fresh face, as a team as well, like putting up a 3rd place versus like likes of MADBULLS, Major Pride, Gladiators, who all had a really strong shout at that top side. You know, it's a fantastic result for them, including, you know, just hot dropping on Sanhok every time versus KASIK team. We could have seen a very different scale of events coming through for themselves if they didn't have these weird agendas on the side.
I mean, unfortunately, KASIK most likely definitely into the finals, right? It's they'll be seeing that Titan prison over in over there as well. So they'll have to continue that train seemingly if they want to take control of the area. Are KASIK team going to adjust though? That's the question I think that is most interesting moving forwards.
I mean, if they do, it's still a win in Titan's book, right? They have Pine under themselves.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll really care. If they stay, again, they're just going to hot drop on them and be confident in their ability to get into that top 8. If they don't, it will be horrendous.
Can they do it again? Can NEXUS get deep into this game? With the last match, they were able to get 6 placement points from that second place blank. They started on 16, so if they're able to get a chicken dinner here, they could rival their phase placement points in just the last 2 matches.
Max is wondering if this is going to be a little bit of a flashbang game for them. Last time, you know, it just gave us a couple of seconds of blinding goodness. But then after that, no more. None left for you. But hopefully we continue to see some more flashbangs being sent through from NEXUS and they hit some more huge games. Dagestan attempt to move their way through. Dark Project's already in position. They don't get hunted down by MUERTE and they're able to get 2 knocks here towards Dagestan, which is fantastic. Currently they're fairly central.
Zadira downed with his teammate as well. Dagestan, tough time for them. MUERTE finding the Nameless. The Nameless not having the best of runs so far. 18th place on the overall standings right now. An insurmountable position for them to move up. With 2 matches left to play, this being one of them. We won't even see that Livik either. It's likely we're saying goodbye to this team.
Mad God. Heading up towards MUERTE. Fury, I think he knows 100%. He's been cooking the nade for a little bit longer as well. Just needs to be on target. Immediately moves to the side. That should be free as Malloy picks up the elimination on top of that. Very nicely done. Titan's currently swinging over towards that eastern edge. We don't go fully over towards Oasis, which is where currently MUERTE is playing.
Some very tricksy hills, but NEXUS have nice position. So do VIRTUS.PRO on the southeast side of it, to try and control the terrain in the middle of this circle. Pretty difficult movement around this area.
Dark Project's actually not in a bad spot, you know? Like the only difficulty is that for the couple of eliminations that they found, or at least knocks, they've all been fairly easily stolen away. MADBULLS tries to get in, Frozen realizes he's not wanted here. We'll have to leave. Playing out around water treatment, getting sent down that way is a smart move from No Mercy Warriors. Realistically, you never want to go down towards water treatment at this point in time. It's not a great place to be.
Dark Project on the north side of things, though, they have managed to sequester themselves by the roadside in a couple of buildings there. Playing on that little curve in the road. They might be able to stay safe for quite a while. Everybody's going to be fighting for position further down south. There's potential for teams like MUERTE to try and swing through, maybe even Alpha or TUNA on the east or the west of Dark Project. But as 3, they definitely can have a good chance of holding this down, getting later into this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, a couple of eliminations they could have got were stolen away from them. But in terms of holding out teams on that north side, yeah, certainly a possibility. Getting far in, but against their last game, they need 15 points and No Mercy Warriors to just have the worst games of their lives in the next 2 matches. And 15 points is just to profit 1 point ahead. Just 1.
They win the tiebreaker on chicken dinners, so they do only need 14.
Oh, okay. Easy peasy. Easier peasier.
I mean, it is still a very tall order, especially given that you essentially need to be coming first or second in these matches, and as 3 in a Miramar, where the hills to the south are the main feature, it's going to be so difficult to move that way with only 3 of your angles in action. Alpha and TUNA on the northeast side. Noshi goes down first. Mandarin moving through this warehouse. Zashipa breaks out wide, but Obito has got the angle on this, spots the hop in, and will feed that information back over. The smoke's bloomed, and a second TUNA member does fall down. Mandarin able to light that one up. There's the flushes coming on in, and TUNA, they are having a tough time here. 2 players now standing. Obito just not doing anything in this engagement.
Yeah, it's going to stay out of dodge, right, for TUNA. Not much point for them to go in for too drastic. Right now, they're fairly pleased with themselves. You know, 14th place, 346. So not likely they'll be moving anywhere in terms of heading over towards those finals itself. And they're 8th place in phase 3, so they should also get that Livik on board as well. Either way, I think they just like to try and get as many placement points as possible, get as many bonus points as possible. It's always a worry for these teams. MADBULLS able to find a shot over towards Fleeke from KONINA Power down there. They lose a player. That is Becca, who is down.
Taking that knockout on the east. They do get the res fairly swiftly, though. MADBULLS split on the other side of water treatment, so they're going to have to move further forwards. There's No Mercy Warriors taking a knock, which is unfortunate. Major Pride and MUERTE. Out on the west side, Corker really not pick-upable there. MUERTE are just going to try and guard out Major Pride in the meantime.
Major Pride have a nice bit of high ground. It's just not at the circle. This is the problem. So they'll have to slowly push down this hill whilst consistently taking shots over towards the MUERTE. Never easy to pull this type of play off. They'll need smokes available to them. And even if they get down here, it's likely that MUERTE could move further up. MUERTE do only have the 3 players though, so there is a chance to sort of overwhelm them with effect, finding an anchor point down towards that south side inside a compound. That's good news for the guys on Major Pride. They're able to join up with him.
Both Major Pride and Titan still, remember, jostling for their 3rd place position on the overall tables. So needing to add a couple of points to their tally, get that 2-point swing, because not only do you gain the point for laddering up into 3rd, you take that point away from the other team that was in 3rd as well. So a total 2-point impact towards the finals, which we know can be all important.
All it takes sometimes, all it takes. KONINA Power. Head up towards that top side, look over towards VIRTUS.PRO, who currently have a pretty decent compound to be watching out on this south side. NEXUS dealing with No Mercy Warriors, again a team that has to go down. At this point in time, they would go out with 0 points, I believe. So not a good start for them. There's other teams around the lobby that could go out sooner than them. Dark Project crossing their fingers and will watch me going down as well. It's not looking good for No Mercy Warriors.
Unicorns of Love similarly under pressure from Robs, from Titan. Looking to add those points. 5 eliminations blank. This is really good to try and stretch out that lead that they have in 3rd place against Major Pride. NEXUS take a knock, unfortunately, though, on that southwest side. There's more punishment dished out towards the No Mercy Warriors. They try and find their way around, try and figure out how they're going to navigate this. NEXUS with a really solid line set up against that push.
Yeah, NEXUS at the moment should be able to easily gatekeep the guys from No Mercy Warriors. They'll likely want to start moving back up sooner or later, though, with one not going their way. No Mercy Warriors able to get one of their players back up on their feet, up to 3 now. Titan Gaming's taking a significant amount of hurt here from Unicorns of Love before Icy comes in and puts a quick stop to it. That would have been a potential nice 3rd party there for NEXUS.
Woodson, challenge over the top, and Rob's able to shut out the fight towards the end. Old Boy will get rezzed, and they'll play on as 3 blank in a really solid high ground position. But the teams to their south, they're not going to make it easy.
Redux actually hits Marlow once again, and that's right on the outer edge here. Stage 5 starts to push in right now, so very difficult to get him rezzed up again. It's going to be on the wire here.
MADBULLS moving on in though, and maybe looking to take NEXUS out of this guard. The play zone claims the life of the No Mercy Warrior on the back. They're just trying to survive a little bit longer, but MADBULLS going to try and move to that right-hand side along this ridge line, try and corral NEXUS a little bit further forwards, but they made it to the buildings that are in the next zone.
Yeah, it's an important retreat here from them. You know, KONINA Power, VIRTUS.PRO, as well as MADBULLS all have to fight against one another to get in towards the circle. Watch me's also desperately running around to try and regroup with Wobbly, unlikely to happen. Last chance now for No Mercy Warriors to get a little bit of points, which is why they split off so massively. They want to make things hard for Dark Project.
Difficult circle to navigate. TUNA getting spotted out again by Alpha on that northeast side. They are going to just try and take them down fully. With that, I think TUNA only relying on Zero now, right in the center of the circle. Ruder spots off Hayes. A perfect nade, a perfect cook. I don't even think he saw it coming. I question whether they know where Ruder is, because I don't think Becker's aware. If he steps up and goes for the spray, it could be good, but he drops a nade. Doesn't quite find the damage, but there's the spray down to get it done. An off angle to spot him, but he's already done the work that's needed for VIRTUS.PRO. Can the rest of his team pick up the slack here? Because KONINA Power still have 2 players in action. Still have Agori on that top floor. Jumps out wide, and Ruder easily picks that one up. Palucci on the cross, trying to get away. A sliver of HP, needs to find this heal. Looks for the third-party angle. Ruder on the shoulder peek, and Palucci caught with the first aid in hand. VIRTUS.PRO could stay up as 4, but can they stay alive under the purview of Titan?
I mean, Titan's just keeping things safe, but again, difficult to put those 2 words in the same sentence as Titans and safe. Major Pride take a knock there from NEXUS, in fact. From Kapahala, looks over towards Nomi, and Naomi also hits the deck. That's from MADBULLS, so NEXUS should understand that there's teams close by here. It is the MADBULLS looking to assault over towards this position.
No Mercy Warriors trimmed down to 1 as well. Dark Project still cut in with the circle. Major Pride feeling the punishment of NEXUS as they cast their gaze up towards the north side. Major Pride eliminated. 10 teams remain. We're getting dangerously close to No Mercy Warriors getting a placement point here, Blank.
I mean, it's not good. But for Dark Project, I mean, they're still in that position. Just keep them safe. Redox sends up nice and close here. Has a nade in hand. Looks over towards Fleek in the smoke. If he just pops it there, it would have been decent. That's actually kind of a cheeky grenade, and Tulika takes a big amount of damage from that. Gotta be careful though, these lads are seriously good when it comes to gun skill.
Oh, Redox over the top again, and Tulika caught with a nade in the hand. They continue to throw nades in back for MADBULLS, but they're not finding the mark just yet. Redox with the side angle, looks for more, but is backed off with a little bit of damage. A tickle from the MADBULLS is sent back in. Frozen with a challenge, and it will be good for it. The Molotov on the side as well to prevent any re-pushes coming in. Tulika, Frozen, both down for MADBULLS on the southwest side. It's looking good for NEXUS.
Just worried about Zerich, that's all, who's actually in the circle, just decided to give this one up. He just played the long game there. He's like, I'm going to have to sacrifice all of you, okay? I'm going to head to the circle, you play off the back of that. Yeah, overall, really nicely done from NEXUS, feeling a little bit more confident after that last game. Currently, one of the only teams that has all 4 players up, as VIRTUS.PRO do finally get their 4th player back up on his feet now.
Dark Project getting a couple of points back over towards MUERTE. No Mercy Warriors did get a point on this match, Blank, which means 15 now is the threshold that Dark Project need to meet. So every single point matters. 2 eliminations so far for them. They need 3 more and a chicken dinner to make it work. But it is a tall order. In the meantime, by the way, Titan did just go down to VIRTUS.PRO. I didn't quite catch the push, but it seemed pretty clean by the looks of the VIRTUS.PRO roster.
Dude, I mean, just looking at NEXUS right now, Redox has really been putting on a serious show. I actually kind of love the current roster going on. I am a big fan of Octavian as a player, but right now Redox, Exo, Kapahala, Doran just feels so unbelievably strong for the squad. VIRTUS.PRO from the distance. If they can find this knock over towards Elementrix, it would have been huge. That would have been a massive knock in confidence there for VIRTUS.PRO. This is NEXUS's next big challenge.
The 100-point gap, Blank. If NEXUS want 100 more eliminations than placement points, they need 6 more eliminations than placement points in this match. They've already got 10 on that elimination count. So if they just go down here, they'll be good.
Oh, it's the complete wrong direction. He's trying to get into the shack and sure there's no one in there. So they know that's clear. If anything, those 2 nades were sort of valuable. Allows them to rock up towards that shack and play off it in terms of cover. Next circle coming through. Sends over towards Zero as well as Furia. Just basically gifting this one across over towards the solos. So how this fight between NEXUS and VIRTUS.PRO have to conclude soon.
Giving them that chance, that opportunity to snag a couple of placement points where perhaps they need it most. MUERTE and TUNA both confirmed to be going through to the finals. The question is, are they going to be able to make it up in those finals? Because they haven't had the sort of power that you'd like to see from a top placing team. We'll see if they're able to make the top 8 in the finals, but I imagine we'll be seeing them at Livik as well. MUERTE 13th actually, so pretty important that they're able to pick up some points here. As many as they can get. Alpha is the threshold. It's at 8 points behind.
Oh, dude.
How do you...
These shots felt menacing over towards VIRTUS.PRO. That would give a good chance for NEXUS actually to move up into a stronger spot right now. They do take a bit of a heavy hit. Kapahala has eyes on, but VIRTUS.PRO slightly fragmented in this engagement. Oh, Kapahala, you are lucky to get away with that one. But everyone needs to move into the circle. Currently, VIRTUS.PRO got a fair few players towards the backside. And NEXUS still available in terms of being able to wander up and through. Elementrix gets up and close. Has a Molotov, sends it behind the shack there. Might burn Doran out just a bit.
Elementrix stepping back and forth. On the south side, these two teams both need to break forwards, but both holding each other back right now. Alpha have started to envelop the east side of the circle. Dark Project need to move in a little bit further south. I wonder if they know that it's not as dangerous right now as it maybe could be. Elementrix takes a little bit too much damage there. And they're going to have to credge the ridgeline soon. This blue zone is not going to let up.
A little bit too far off to the left, doesn't do any damage. Doran's trying to get in there with the DBS. Wait's just living it at the moment, finally gets knocked down. Now Doran has to hit some big work, does a lot of damage. In comes Alpha for the third party.
Out through the smoke as well. 2 players for VIRTUS.PRO are down. Ruda moves in, looks for the challenge. Over the ridgeline, and Exo wants it, and he won't be able to get it. Ruda knocked to the zone though, an unfortunate slip, a misstep, and that might be all it takes for Alpha to be able to sweep out on this south side. Alpha right on that bubble of the Livik game as well. A brilliant entry for them if they're able to clean this one up. NEXUS playing on the southwest have managed to take out VIRTUS.PRO. Can they get back to their feet right now, Blank? They have 12 eliminations.
Mate, they're actually maybe going to get back up to 4 here. Kapahala redeems himself after that last game. TUNA goes down to Furia. 4 teams currently still in this one. And they will just slurp up all this loot. I don't think they even know there's players here. This is very dangerous. 2 players from Alpha just getting run down right now by the rampages of NEXUS.
They are on turn, tail, and flee. Redox, though, is knocked, and again, they are outside of the zone. They have to descend here. It is such an open territory in this area. This is not unreasonable. The Dark Project could have a big game here, Blank, but they need more than they have now. As the NEXUS push continues to go through, and finally, it is going to be curtains for it. 3 eliminations on the cards for Dark Project. They need at least 2 more.
This is actually huge. I mean, we talked a lot about NEXUS, but you're right. Dark Project is sort of the big storyline at the moment. Any more eliminations at this point is fantastic. Like you say, though, they will need a chicken dinner and a couple more Eliminations. Kespo taking a heavy hit there. Will have to engage the old first aid kit. And we're in final zone now as a Sheepa with a nasty off angle that they're looking to try and clear, actually, as Ivaneska gets closer to spot him. But they're on a real broadside of a barn here.
Nade up top.
That's beautiful.
Furia finds it. Ivaneska's down, though, in the meantime. Alpha losing a player. But remember, Dark Project need to be the ones to pick up these points. The Sheepa moving in for the flush and another knock over to Kespo. There's the off angle. Furia trying to stay alive now, and it's all up to Force to keep them in, but no, he is drawn short. Dark Project are down, but big news for Furia. He might have done enough to get them into this Livik blank. KASIK team became the bubble as soon as Alpha stepped up this late. Can he go further? No, he can't, but Alpha team take the chicken dinner, the second today blank none as well. Can't deny them that, but KASIK team fall out of the top 12 and MUERTE take their spot in that Livik match.
Crazy stuff coming through on that game. And to be honest with you, look, I'm going to put it this way, and I feel bad saying this, but the way Dark Project lose in that final circle kind of justifies why they're not going through to the finals itself. It's just not, that kind of play just won't stand up towards the finals. They're realistic. There was many moments where they could have third party, where they could have been more aggressive. Alpha had a horrible spot. They hear the fighting on that top side. They make a really tough call. They leave Zashipa behind as a backstop, and he's able to do a lot from there. So a really fantastic game from Alpha and 100% deserved win.
They play it well. Let's head back over to the studio. The MADBULLS top rope will put them down on the back foot. Frozen falls, and now 1 versus 3 for Flag. It might just be too much. Nexus want revenge for match number 1. Octavian moves through, but Doran falls. Flag still active and finally shut down. Nexus.
Of commission, and it's all down. The Havlik, the Lone Ranger, will finally be spotted out as Nexus picked that one up there when it mattered most. Avalanche, can they actually clutch onto this?
Look at this, Octavian's got a massive sideswipe after so many players. Quickly.
Oh, this is worst case scenario. He's driven back to home turf, but the car's detonated in the...
Whoa! That is an incredible prone. He had an instinct of what was going on. Happy Gypsy was spotted now by Octavian
In what looks to be a 1 versus 1.
Alpha with multiple wins here on the day. Maybe they are looking to challenge here in the final. However, so might Nexus be. Who knows? Max, what a day so far. What a day.
Another big pop-off, and I think that if we do not predict Redox as MVP of the day, we're doing something wrong here. Okay, it seems like it is pretty obvious who the MVP is going to be, but what a game from them, able to take a head-to-head fight versus MADBULLS, and they're not just winning the fights now in that engagement, Kalaris. It's a dominant fight that they're taking, just absolute pressure displayed in those engagements, and I'm loving it from the guys. So it seems like they've just said, how about we start playing good PUBG Mobile? And they have. They really have.
Because we know that they're capable of. It's so silly. Here's the entire day from Nexus as we take a look closer at them. Of course, we'll get onto Alpha in just a moment after having, 2 fantastic wins. Interesting damage received. Dead even there from EXO and Kapahala. Spooky.
Ooh, so scary. But Redox is scary with his eliminations, though. That's a great conversion from like 2.6k damage into 15 eliminations. Yeah. As I said, MVP, I don't think anyone is even remotely close to what Redox has been able to put up today. It's just, I'm hoping, again, please, PUBG Mobile gods, stop the Nexus roller coaster. Just let them get average points. No, it's never going to end, but I hope it's good for them to have this kind of jump up before the finals. I think we can agree that it's good for their moral boost, hopefully. But please don't play bad in the finals. I want to see good stuff.
I disagree with Max. Keep the Nexus roller coaster going. I love roller coasters.
Stop it.
Big fan. We're off to Energylandia. We're doing everything. All right, we've got ourselves Alpha Team in first place. 21 points go their way. And I think that when you kind of think about them getting 2 wins in a day, we expected this team to have more wins under their belt before they got here, I think is fair to say, but they weren't able to do it. Now, we're seeing a little bit of that, Max.
Yeah, I'm glad with it. Reflector was holding a very pivotal position. He was a bit hesitant if he had to hold it or not, but he was good at kind of holding back into the blue zone, your Nexus, because they did res as a full squad after their fight with VP, which I think we were both a little bit surprised with that actually happening. And he just kept them in a position where it was really hard for them to leave that high ground position, and they were just kept out in the blue.
Yeah.
So Reflect was a very important player here as we go lower on the rankings. Not too many points scored for squads like the Nameless, which is a team that could have competed for the top, and also No Mercy Warriors, only 1 point on board. Not good because Dark got some decent points there. Sure, and I think Blank also hit the nail on the head that with how they play this game, it shows why they are a team at the bottom. They didn't take a huge opportunity to push onto Alpha Team, but they got enough points. No Mercy Warriors aren't showing up, so top 16 could be going their way.
Maybe here as we've got ourselves 3,160 damage done by Nexus. And as you said before, I think that something that was super impressive really was the recovery state that they were able to find after the VIRTUS.PRO fight. Like, I expected, because I had predicted VIRTUS.PRO, assuming that they were going to be one of the teams that crunched down on those teams on the higher ground as they moved north. But the fact that Nexus took that fight with VIRTUS.PRO, had probably 3 players knocked and then were suddenly able to revive after dealing with VIRTUS.PRO was insane fortitude as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah. Again, how many of these highlights are going to be Nexus? Probably a lot of them. I love their play, especially VIRTUS.PRO. Not only, as you said, how they were able to get back up as this 4-man team. They had one very pivotal smoke that was just on the tip of that hill, and they kind of just swarmed around it. They had one player to the left, one player to the right. Not sure which player in particular, but they were just swarming around it. And it was making it really hard for VIRTUS.PRO to really know which side to shoot on and know how they wanted to play it out. So that one smoke was important, and they were able to use that third-person perspective to its full potential. Actually, a team that got some decent limbs as we see it. Mage Pride clearing the northern side, but as we know, Kalaris crossing that road afterwards, downhill, then back uphill.
Yeah.
The circle was tough for all those teams that took the gamble of going north.
What you gonna do? It's yeah, pretty rough to say the least. All of these high ground teams really having a bit of a field day with a lot of what was actually going on here for this. Nexus just shooting at everything apparently. Redox just popping off. Against MADBULLS. What is this world?
with the UMP Mini 14 loadout too, which you would normally see an M4, you would see an AUG, like any kind of AR, but no, guys, with the UMPs just lasering down the competition. And you can see this smoke is the big smoke that they had in front of them that was pretty important. And then there was a third party trying to come on through from Reflect, but they just gave them a little bit too much time. They did heal up, but it's still such a pivotal position because Nexus was so focused onto Reflect that Dark had an opportunity to also get involved in a few of those knocks.
Yeah, very well done though by Alpha Team being able to take this, and again from a position where it's kind of low ground. Given this low ground high ground dynamic, I think what's fair to say is that actually Alpha Team did have a significant advantage coming off of that high ground. There's really not that much cover to work with against that, so difficult. But Redox, regardless, being an absolute fantastic player today. Ruda, we've got to give him credit, man. He had 5 eliminations up on that high ground. If it wasn't for Nexus, he'd be still blasting in that game.
We talked a lot on the bottom of the rankings about MUERTE being a big surprise. We expected more. VIRTUS.PRO, we saw what they did in Phase 2, right? They had a big pop-off, big improvements, and we're like, hopefully that's going to continue throughout the rest of the season. But it's been a tough first half and a bit of this phase, but here they're slowly coming back and putting more presence. Because Elementrix in particular, he was an MVP contender for some time, and then he's kind of disappeared. It's a bit unfortunate.
All right, let's take a look overall then and see where we're at here. We've got one more big game ahead of us for the standings before you actually get onto the Livik. So for some of these teams, this is the last opportunity to really score some points. Up at the top, obviously, MADBULLS, blah, blah. They're great. Cool. I want to see some of those barrier positions down towards the bottom, Max, here, and figure out who's going to be doing what.
Just wanted to say Matt was able to reach 400 eliminations. Cool, that's a nice little record to get to. But yeah, Nexus able to push himself up with those games today. They were not even on the first page, I believe, at the start of the day. That's just how good day 6 of this phase has been going for them, and they are currently on the top page, which don't forget that you, of course, get bonus points from each phase rankings, but also the overall rankings can award you some bonus points, so that's good for them too. They should be able to get an extra 4, 5, 6 bonus points by the end of this phase if they keep popping off their way they've been going.
All right, No Mercy Warriors, 16th place, 258. How close is Dark Project to be able to try and take that over? I think it's not insurmountable. There we go. If if Dark Project is able to get into that Livik and play it out, then, you know, world's our oyster.
There's a chance right now with how things have been going so far. It's going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire for some of these teams. Though John does tell me, and Nexus have 100 more placement points than eliminations. 100 more elimination than placement points. So that's record. Well, fantastic. There you go. Just had to mention it. It's cool.
All right, it's time to get to the casters here for our final game before our Livik. A huge thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. Let's head over to John and Blank here for Sanhok o'clock.
It is about that time, isn't it? And I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but Dark Project are not playing in this match, which means they are guaranteed to not be able to make it.
Well, if they get into the Livik, there is the bonus points potential, in which case they might be able to get ahead.
True, but they're in 17th place right now, this phase.
Oh, then it's over.
So they can't go up. So they cannot make it.
It's GG. It's GG.
It's a GG.
Oh, this is unfortunate. Unfortunate stuff for Mr. Dark Project. What can they do? What can they do? But heading over towards our final match the day before Livik, where we will be getting some more points on board for some of these teams. There is potential for some shakeup. Nothing too huge. Sanhok is probably just going to be a very chilled out game. This is where Gladiators might be able to get some more points, hopefully fight off against Dagestan. I think that's probably the biggest story right now is between VULGAR, Dagestan and Gladiators, who's able to get those additional bonus points. It's very minimal, but it can change things in the future.
Certainly an opportunity for teams. So, I would say around the Livik bubble is the main feature of the standings right now. KONINA Power sit in 12th, but they're not playing this match with 139. So KASIK team in 138, very likely that they're going to be able to jump on up unless they go down immediately to Titan. That is the big deal. If they're able to get that elimination point against Titan in their early scrap over in Pinar, which seems to be developing already, then they will win on the tiebreaker against KONINA Power. So they need 1 point this match.
Just one already. There's a not going through. I think that's on a Titans player too. So this could be the changer. This could be the Livik.
Trying for the Livik, not the Dedic. That's what you want. That's what you want. Icy is down already. A big player to get out of the mix. And oh boy, he's bored with that fight. He's already somewhere else. 1 point is all it might take. But VIRTUS.PRO are still going to champ a little bit behind them. They're 4 points behind and are playing in this match. So they still have a threat, even if they're able to take this 1 point down, which they have managed to get. Which means that KONINA Power not in the Livik.
Goodness me. Icy also soon to fall. He's trying to crawl back to his teammate and Robs, but KASIK start to swarm over the top side. I think, realistically, most of our storylines seem to have come to a conclusion. We're closing the book now on this chapter of the league stage. The Sanhok is sort of just the cherry on the top. We'll see what happens, see if there's anything interesting going on. Unicorns of Love dominantly take out Bootcamp. They're in there by themselves.
TUNA and PERMITTA down in Sami. Max is popping off in the chat. TUNA rushing for a limbs, he says. Seeing if they can add some more points to their tally. PERMITTA, again, a team that just isn't going to make it, unfortunately, into the 16th place. They sit 31 points behind the bubble right now. And so it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen for PERMITTA, unfortunately. However technically possible it might be, its improbability outweighs that by orders of magnitude. KASIK team, they want as many points as they can get to try and get into this Livik.
And if an additional is nice. And right now it's been quite a confident and clean fight coming through from KASIK team. Ever since they dominated Titans over in those semi-finals in the TDM, it's just felt so much easier for them. Rob's just waiting with a nade of his own. And I'm excited for Livik as well. I mean, Titans, it's unfortunate for them here because now they're kind of leaving everything down to chance in Livik versus Major Pride to take that 3rd place spot in the overall rankings because they're just 2 points behind in Major Pride. I think it's 534 to 532 currently. And we know that Livik can be a bit of a topsy-turvy match. So for Titans, it kind of does matter a little bit.
Yeah, so pretty closely fought race there. Trying to keep that position under control. It's just a stalemate in both Sami and in Painan by the looks of things. MUERTE did poke up with Milky Way towards Painan, but you can see he's moving back down south, Blank. He's moving away from that. They're not going to look for the third party. A knocker over to VULGAR boys from the Nameless. Mango stretching out from Mong Nai on the northeast side. Finally, PERMITTA and TUNA starting their engagement. Noshi, the first to go down. He's in his own building as well, and there isn't the time to get this regroup through, which means likely this is an easy flush. Rogo picks it up.
Mixer, now on that top side. Don't think he spotted the guy behind, and he just gives it up. Nade, though, goes through. Will take down his teammate, but also one above. Rogo will look for a bit more, but already it feels like slightly dire in terms of this engagement.
Purple lights it up like a Christmas tree there. Unable to just get that spray down the alleyway. PERMITTA still, though, going for this fight. Rogo down, but the duo who remains are going to go for the fight. It's going to be a pretty good time on both sides, actually. I mean, no one's actually really winning this engagement. There are only losers here, Blank. 2 players for TUNA, 1 player for PERMITTA, and the duo from TUNA survive, but at what cost? They've lost 2 of their players. They've got 4 points short.
It's 4 limbs. It'll do the trick. Happy days. Robs next to Fall. So it feels like, you know, Titans' chances of getting some more of those points on board to get themselves ahead of Major Pride in that Livik is looking a little bit shaky now. Old boy, though, all on his lonesome. We've seen this guy do some crazy stuff.
On the overall rankings, Titan do still have the advantage over Major Pride. But you're right, this game seems to be a little bit of a bust for them. Although, old boy, a powerful player in his own right. We know he can play solo because he does it every game. We'll see if he's able to have an impact here. But Titan doing work with Major Pride not playing in this match as well. It is all gravy for them. They've got all the cards in their hand. Skills's breaks out. And there's old boy, steps up with the AKM for 1 and 2. Can he find any more, though? That's the question. Will he be able to get a flush? Will he find a point? This tree, very, very slim. And with 2 angles facing down on him, and MADBULLS may be looking for the third party, it's going to be very, very tough. In they roll, and the MADBULLS just going to sweep this one aside, you'd imagine. Frozen, stepping up. Okay, maybe they think there's more to do, but no. They will finally find that shot. That's MUERTE. Hang on a minute. Where do they come from? MUERTE spots Old Boy, and they will be able to take that elim.
KASIK team will very much slowly crawl back to one another. Not super worth it here. Skills is in a difficult spot himself. It'll be hard to get the res onto him. If he crawls across, likely to be spotted. Already 2 teams out, PERMITTA, Titan Gaming. Not even in stage 2 as of yet. There is the cross there, takes a bunch of damage, but won't go down just yet.
That is PERMITTA confirmed to be out of the tournament as well with that engagement in Sami with TUNA. They will not be in the Livik. They will be at the bottom of the tables, 19th place if they can get on top. They got 2 points, which I mean, I think technically puts them ahead of the Nameless, but I think the Nameless have got a couple of points this match as well. 3 of them, in fact, yeah. So they will be in 19th place finish. Unless the Unicorns of Love can break out and have a cracking performance. This is a difficult circle.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one as well. Most teams won't enjoy this. Over towards Trifecta, it's never, never easy getting this to work out. Gladiators inside their compound on the eastern side. I've had a pretty decent day today, actually. There's the initial engagement between KASIK as well as Titans, which they should now actually get away from. MADBULLS left them alone. MUERTE moved on past. This is Old Boy getting double eliminations there. Really good shots from him.
Didn't manage to get the flushes, though, and that means that KASIK are going to play on as 4. They're still in Painan. They'll have to move north, but they have got all of their players alive. There's more than can be said for Titan. The Nameless were able to take down VULGAR boys on the northeast side, near that Mong Nai position. They flexed out early on VULGAR boys' cow split. and were able to just regroup up towards there, play effectively. SBG in the vicinity as well. Maybe a little bit of problem on the northeast side, but they are going to have all of their players as well. Oh no, wait, no, they did lose one. The Nameless have lost one player.
Just the one player. SPG also moving down. Most teams already in the circle itself. Gladiators just chilling, as I was saying earlier. TUNA flying over towards some compounds underneath Gladiators currently. MADBULLS playing in trifecta itself, just waiting for any team that might want to try and cross. To my side, I think it's most surprising for me that they were just able to slide their way in just on the south side of Painan, and now underneath Camp Alpha. Easy peasy.
They have managed to get there as well. It's a difficult decision. Do you go for the crossing now to the Northwest Island? Or do you try and wait on that eastern side? Maybe if there's a difficult shift down to the southeast side, boot camp could still be in the mix. It's not fully confirmed of this Northwest Island, but it is quite likely at this stage.
There's certainly possibility for it. I mean, it couldn't really go anywhere. I think even a north shift towards Hatton Bridge, that's not unlikely to see off the back of this circle. Either way, everyone's going to be scrambling when this does come through. Most teams are not looking forward to here, John. I think it really will just be stage 3 that sort of defines the rest of this game. We've already had like a huge amount of fighting early on in this match. SHOCKWAVE taking that high ground on the western side. SBG flying in over towards the Nameless, who gets some really good shots onto him.
Where's this Nameless been for the rest of the tournament? They're playing well in these engagements, but Narvalo might have just found their Achilles heel there on the back. Cut the tendon, and Zero is the next to fall. It looked like the Nameless had it fully under control, but Narvalo, the wild card from France, able to do a lot of work to keep them down. There's that northern shift you're talking about, although I think it does isolate the Northwestern Island a little bit more than it could have done.
Yeah, I mean, this is nice. I mean, most teams can now just confirm themselves towards that Northwest Island. Unicorns will love have an easy rotate. But SHOCKWAVE actually finding Kitsune, who is up on the hillside. Unsurprising, really, to be considering the amount of times I've actually seen these teams take knocks in this spot. TUNA tries to get in there on the underside of that little mountain, that little hilltop. Terminus gets a bit more information in. Goodness me, everyone's just flying in over towards this spot, and VIRTUS.PRO will absolutely ruin the day of two of those players. That's the second time that's happened as well, so kind of annoying.
I thought there was only one I thought there was one VIRTUS.PRO player, but no, they were all just in the same vehicle. Mango finally goes down, and Narvalo really did just play spoiler to the Nameless on the northeast side. But yeah, you're right, 4 players from VIRTUS.PRO. That hillside is such a bane of the Gladiators' existence. That hill just to the northeast, the number of times they have not been able to hold on to it or to stop players who are on it from having a massive impact on them is too many to count, unfortunately, and they're down to 2.
Yeah, I think when you play as 2 up there, you have to just chill. I think that's the issue that we see with Gladiators too often, is that you kind of just have to wait it out a lot of times. You don't need to take fights early. Do what VIRTUS.PRO is currently doing, which is just going down that little lip on the eastern side, hold there for as long as possible. Again, it's even less egregious for VIRTUS.PRO to do this and head down towards the eastern side just because they are a 4-man unit. If you're playing as a 2-2 split like Gladiators usually do, don't even bother looking at SHOCKWAVE. I mean, as soon as that knock came through, there was no opportunity. It was horrible timing, all things considered, with the crash that came through from VIRTUS.PRO. But yeah, I don't understand it. That realistically could have been a win for Gladiators. And again, this is the shift up towards the northwest side where Gladiators can do so well off the back of it. Frustrating, I would say.
Yeah, it should be them with all the cards in their hands, but they fold. They fold the straight. They'll have to play with just the pair now. SHOCKWAVE moving around, and MUERTE split. Milky Way's position could be pretty important here if he's able to get there in time to allow the rest of his team to push in as a united front, while SHOCKWAVE have a little bit of chaos zone in the ranks, but instead, it looks like Milky Way might just be going for that valley that sits where TUNA are currently.
Marlai hitting the stems. Get himself nice and healed up here. MUERTE will send down the mountain. It's a slightly easier position to play in, I would say. VIRTUS.PRO continue to have a really strong spot, but Hatim becomes a bit more of a focal point now. And Dagestan have a good opportunity to head towards a compound they've played a fair few times in the past. Just underneath Hatim itself.
It is a nice compound. I do really like VIRTUS.PRO's position at that hillside, unless it's Gladiators playing it, like we've covered, it's just really, really strong. It has all of the control that you need on that north bridge. It's got some decent sightlines down to the south as well. And with players out to the west of you, you know that that south side is even more treacherous.
I mean, the amount of teams has to... And again, this is kind of a symptom of the circles where they have pushed to the south and then further towards the north and then further towards the north again. In which case, you don't have a single team playing in Hatim. Usually, SHOCKWAVE is our Hatim team. They decided that they would opt for the hilltop as soon as they saw Gladiators move off the back of it. So it's just like no one's playing in one of the strongest positions on the map right now. In which case, Dagestan just gets in towards the south compound, assumes there might be players in Hatim. But no, it's them all alone in this compound, protecting nothing.
In go the MADBULLS. Trying to make the mad dash. But the MUERTE cutting them down, and VIRTUS.PRO are ready and waiting. They light them up on the vehicle, and that's the MADBULLS out. Ruda was knocked earlier by Dagestan, so it wasn't even to that roll-up. 3 players, most likely only 2, as one of them was navigating his way over to Ruda. A lovely shot from on high for SHOCKWAVE to find another of the VIRTUS.PRO roster. And they do need to use these trees effectively. Reflect tries to move up. And this is what I'm talking about. That south position is so covered off by the teams playing up on this west side.
VIRTUS.PRO still just hanging out, you know, decent. And I think that MADBULLS kind of expected 2 players from Gladiators to be in that spot. VIRTUS.PRO versus Dagestan right now. I think 2 good picks, 2 strong picks.
I think they're realistically the only 2 picks you could make on this current setup.
I think you could go for KASIK team as well. I mean, going to make their way over the coastal edge on the eastern side to Hatim. I considered going for KASIK team, but I was worried that this bridge crossing might be a little bit dangerous, which it is, apparently.
It's true. I think maybe you could have also gone for SHOCKWAVE on that southwest side, if you had confidence in their sweeping capabilities, but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to descend.
Yeah.
Getting away from that high ground is always tricky. Now this might be a KASIK game. This is interesting.
I mean, for SHOCKWAVE getting down from this hillside, there's no cover realistically on the west. That's the difficulty for SHOCKWAVE, is that as soon as you try and make this crossing downhill, getting through very, very hard. I mean, Dagestan realistically should be able to just take easy shots towards Terminus, considering he's leaving the engine running. He sends back, realizes, got to think better of this. KASIK team, like I said, with this circle shift over towards them, they just have to hang on. They have to immediately change their setting of play. It's just Narvalo, though, causing them a huge amount of grief. I wonder if they know it's just one player.
The high ground has been dismounted, and VIRTUS.PRO's position just got a whole lot safer. They are slap bang on the edge of the circle, though, and they'll have to fend off against SHOCKWAVE, who have been protecting them for the longest time, but up comes the roll down. Are they going to be able to fend this one off? All 4 VIRTUS.PRO players very close to one another. Terminus down, Milky Way is striking, and MUERTE are helping out here. VIRTUS.PRO still all in action. The nade from Elementrix could be good if it's cooked right. A lot of damage. Ragnazada goes down. Scars just about alive. Another cook on the menu as well. A wide nade there, and that one goes a little bit long, but Ragnazada goes down to it. Aza in his own scrap, looking for the shot onto Furia and finds it. VIRTUS.PRO holding out.
To MUERTE, just Milky Way there, last player alive for them. They've been making some weird movements. We'll take down Aza on the backside of the mountain. Narvalo doing huge amounts of work. It's actually silly that he stayed alive this long, and Tixi might be able to be finding a couple more eliminations for his troubles up towards the guys on KASIK team.
That's No Mercy Warriors. What are they doing here? Goodness me. They've managed to swim it across. I didn't even know they were still on that East Island, but they will be able to have the shot. Tixi finds the re-knock onto KASIK there. No Mercy Warriors have healed themselves up as well. VIRTUS.PRO from the south side, waiting for this circle to close to figure out where they need to go as well. A difficult route out for KASIK, and they are just continually getting knocked here. These bleed outs are going to bite them very, very quickly soon.
Yeah, I mean, for Tixi, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's being a very naughty boy on that side. I mean, he's just waiting for the circle to move away from him, keeps re-knocking them. Eventually, the circle's going to push them, and the delay is going to become so big that life becomes very hard. This could be an interesting lineup.
The Molotov
here, actually.
Bounces off, but isn't really going to burn on too much.
Go on, do another one.
Oh, Scars. MG3 finds weight. Will get that flush as well. The last player surviving for Shockwave. And another nade for Ruda. They just can't find his angle. They can't get it done. KASIK have managed to get all 4 of their players up, and Skills's drops down. Nothing doing there. What a shot. What a shutdown. And there it goes. VIRTUS.PRO in the meantime taking down the burn on Tixi. And KASIK team, there's still 4 players, Blank.
Yeah, sort of sick of it, what was going on towards that south side underneath the bridge. They just all rock off. I think they realise it's just a few stragglers. Still on the side of things. Got Meku, last player remaining here for Gladiators, into a top 6 position. I don't know how long he'll last there. Does have to drop down right into open ground. He's zigzagging though.
Oh, the Serpentine takes 1 and the second as well. Elementrix picks the point up. But Scars is still there. Goodness me. 5 teams remain. Obito solo over in Hudson.
Yeah, just living his life as best he can. Scars, though, might have a decent nade.
Gets a little bit onto Elementrix there. Beck tries to descend, and this is where VIRTUS.PRO are just going to get cut down. I don't see them going much further here, Blank. Unless they have a vehicle, that run to the shack, which is basically their only option, is a death sentence. Finally, they get rid of Scars, though. They can play on with 2. Close by, though, Dagestan. Shifu has moved out this way.
I like this play coming through from Dagestan, actually. You know, they're just trying to head underneath, so when the drop down comes through from VIRTUS.PRO, it's going to be quite difficult to maneuver around. KASIK team really suffering. Shifu's able to make his way up again. So it's been an interesting push out coming through from Dagestan. They've just bided their time. They've realized this is a very tumultuous last circle. That should be death, yeah.
They have managed to get Ruda across, though, and to the shack, which gives them cover from both KASIK team and Dagestan. Ingush takes the knock. Ruda gives his position away, though. This shack, so vulnerable, so difficult to play with. He's banking on Dagestan and KASIK team, fighting off against one another. And here it goes. Here's the next shift, and Dagestan have the better side of it. KASIK going to have to cross open ground. All credit to KASIK for fighting through what they've been in. This is one hell of a game for them. Ruda does go down in 3rd place, so VIRTUS.PRO are out.
Well, whenever KASIK team is able to get past the initial woes of taking down Titans, they do find themselves into the end game. They make the most of those Sanhoks. A great little Tokyo drift into the side door, slams into the face, takes out the gun and the helmet, and will finish off the game for Dagestan. A nice little cheeky win at the end there.
What a way to close down the league stage games, right? You got Livik next, sure, but pretty stylish there. He saw him, he let him know. Here's the back bumper for you. We're just going to swing on through and take you down. Dagestan, what a cheeky little chicken dinner for them. They moved in very nicely, like you were talking about. Their manipulation on that north side, great.
Yeah, it's a great place to be. I mean, a lot of times it gives you that opportunity to get through. And I think they knew exactly what they needed to head up towards, which was that swift rotation down on the south side and quickly underneath the mountain. It was very cool, and I loved all the little angles they had as well, John. So definitely deserved to win that game off the back of that. Circle, blessed a little bit, but I think the final plays made up for it.
A good way to close down the Dagestan phase. Their renaissance here has been capped with that chicken dinner. Still a Livik to play, though, so don't go anywhere.
And I thought some of the other circles were rough. Man, this one was awful for all of the teams, but Dagestan's able to win it out. They had the decent compound, they had the decent lip to be able to play here, and some cool, as they say, Tokyo drift moments here at the very end, Max.
They just, Dagestan got their crystal ball out. They're like, oh, it's going to be a northern shift, and they just go for the compound, and they end up having been able to play it for as long as they really wanted, so can't really argue too much about that rotation. Wide rotate up on the northwest, and 17 points to count on this game. Happy chappy Dagestan. Love to see it happening. Though VIRTUS.PRO, a bit of a resurgence along Nexus, it seems, the second half of this phase, Kalaris, and 16 points on the board too. Good to see it.
Yeah, these last 2 games have been blasting, right? I mean, this is a great little spot for them to be in regards to how much they could get away with in this game with the high ground, and then obviously when a circle goes there, what are you supposed to do? There was nothing. Even Livetrix, who goes on the east side, is just like, I guess I'll just fall and hope. And no, never mind.
No, it's not going to happen. It's very, very tough for them to make that transition happen. And yeah, we saw also on the side, we saw a few points going the way of TUNA. My theory is they're just trying to get a few extra bonus points on Phase 3 rankings. So they tried to fight PERMITTA down in Same. It was a 2-for-4 trade, so they get a few eliminations here and there. But I do think it's going to result in that much more bonus points. But I get the game plan. I think it's good. They're trying to just get some points, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I mean, as the boys mentioned, right, like our top 16 is kind of decided here, so for all of these guys, it's just a case of that little wiggle room that's going to be going on here and there. Dagestan, only the 1,000 damage coming in for them, whereas VIRTUS.PRO was having a bit more of an impact on the lobby as a whole, but Dagestan just, it comes back to what I said at the beginning of the day, which is like, a lot of their wins aren't exactly the most flashy wins. They know exactly what they have to do. It's mature PUBG Mobile. They're going to make these rotate steadily and just wait for their opportunity to strike.
Yeah, there was just an opportunity for them to cruise into that chicken dinner, except for that 125 elimination window. They were not cruising, they were just blasting. Here they're just chilling, getting in that position, and played off the back of it really well. Though, big improvement from VIRTUS.PRO, because we criticized them last time for not taking that spot. They took it early, and look at that! Elementrix, 7 eliminations on the board. That is how good that position can be, as long as it's in play.
That is very uncommon for a Sanhok, right? Like that amount of elims on one player in particular, so very well done by him. And again, VIRTUS.PRO, off these past 2 games, can really hold their head high. If it wasn't for NEXUS in the previous one, they would have been looking great across 2 games. And again, if it wasn't for the circles here, they probably would have been looking even better in this game, but that's how that goes. Let's take a look at the highlights then and see how much of it is focused around that Northwest Island, because that's where we were. We've got ourselves good old DBS stuff in Painan.
Oh yeah, the good old Titan KASIK team Painan fight. I mean, I do wonder, because now this was our last Sanhok of the league stage. Okay, we're done and dusted with this. Is KASIK team, that now is confirmed, they're going to be playing the finals. Are they going to still take this risk? If I'm KASIK team, you're not going to have the rotating lobbies anymore. KASIK team, please just give up. You know Titan aren't going to give it up. They're going to keep dropping there. They are stubborn as can be. KASIK team as a team that has potential, I don't think it is worth it.
I think if we were to encourage anything, we would encourage them to leave, right? As you say, like it's just a detriment to really both teams, but clearly less so Titan, who have been able to negate that impact not only on Sanhok, but also using the numbers that they've garnered from the other battlegrounds too.
I mean, look at this game. They had fantastic rotations, clearing the bridge side also, able to play that little ritual. They don't get the chicken dinner, but it goes to show when they survive that bloody Painan fight, they can make it really fun to the game. They can get podium finishes, so it really does hinder their average results. So yeah, that's my recommendation. Take it as you will, KASIK team, if you're listening. I would say it is not worth the hassle. Though going into the later fights, Narvalo just keeps putting on great fights.
He does.
It sucks to see him as a solo a lot of the time, though. I would love to see some backup around Narvalo where he is just not a solo fighting.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these situations, especially for our French teams as well, like SHOCKWAVE, I think that they've had some decent fights throughout the day, but then they just kind of get outskilled by some of these teams that are having pop-off moments, right, like VIRTUS.PRO up on this high ground. This is a great little turnaround, realizing that some of them are knocked. Just get in there with the car, bish, bash, bosh, 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 bosh.
Oh yeah, boshing out of their mind right now. That's the Dagestan we love to see. Well, it's been an interesting day, though. I feel like this third phase has really thrown a lot of spanners in the work, Kalaris, and then we have some cool rises of teams that we were not sure really what to expect, and it's good to have those big changes of playstyle towards the finals. So we still expect, I think, that the big three and those other squads to do well, but there could be some really big surprises heading in the final. So I'm actually really excited to see how next week is going to go down.
Well, let's take a look at the overall then and see what potential impact can occur from this Livik here regarding bonus points moving into the final. Because for MADBULLS, ain't no way anyone's taking them over. Gratz, you've got 20 points on the board. Dagestan and Gladiators still locked into what I think is going to be the battle for who's going to be second and third here, depending on if Gladiators has a decent pop-off moment here on Livik.
And actually talking about Gladiators, good to see that they are not committing to the mountaintop on Sanhok anymore. I like that change. I think they understood that it doesn't bring them that much extra value, so why not just rotate a little bit faster and you can get further in the game. Look at that. Unfortunately, they did lose 2 players, but here this game is going to be about Dagestan Gladiators, who is going to be competing for that second place. VULGAR boys could also get there. I mean, if they have a big pop-off, who knows? It could happen. Hell yeah.
Definitely could. Definitely could. 9th through 16th as well. It looks like the cutoff. Major Pride just squeaks in to Livik.
You mean MUERTE's not going to get another win? Oh, come on.
That's true.
They could have been the triple kings of Livik, but
Unreal.
not going to happen. Disappointed.
What a scenario, though, to see teams like MUERTE and KONINA Power not get themselves into the Livik here. So there's definitely been quite the shake-up here in Phase 3, and it really does surprise me, as I say, that Major Pride is only 12th, only barely getting into that Livik, Max.
Yeah, they're missing out on a lot of bonus points they could have gotten.
Yeah.
We'll see how that's going to go leading into the finals, but I think there was a lot of X factors thrown around this third phase because, as we said, so many teams have stepped up significantly, and I think some teams have struggled to adapt. Even the big three, your Gladiators, Major Pride, and your MADBULLS are like, wait, what's happening? Teams are in positions that typically would be free. Teams are moving a lot faster, a lot more aggressive, like VULGAR boys, for example. So they took a bit of time to adapt to that kind of change, but it's cool to see some changes. But at the bottom, yeah, KONINA Power, especially I'm looking at them. What are they going to do heading in the finals? Because they have potential, just like the MUERTE. So a lot of question marks here.
I'm just hoping for our Livik we don't go southeast. I would like something else, considering the last 2 was that. If we do go southeast, I will say it's rigged. As you can see here, MUERTE #1, but they're not playing, so it doesn't matter. The rest of the teams here are going to have to jostle for position on Livik.
NEXUS got the 7 elims average. They're gonna go popping off here. I want a southwest finish. I want to be able to use the ropes, just zooming from across side to the road. So I'd like southwest. It's cool. It's a cool area. I think we've never seen a finish there. So give it to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen many finishes on Livik. Let's be honest.
That's fair too. Yeah. Good point.
It could be anywhere. Don't be crabgrass. Just not.
I'm just gonna.
No, don't do it, Max.
No, I didn't say it.
Barn and Crabgrass, the worst places in all the battlegrounds. I need to pick one for Erangel that's the worst, and then one for Vikendi that's the worst as well. I'll think on it.
I know, yeah.
Oh, Zaki's Erangel's, but we're never finishing there ever, so it doesn't matter. There you go.
You're fine. It's not going to happen anytime soon. You're safe. I mean, Miramar, what would he be on Miramar? I mean, I don't know.
Miramar's just good overall.
Prison finish.
Yeah, Los Egos.
Yeah, Los Egos. Yeah, that could be weird. I don't know.
We have had finishes down there. That's the problem.
I actually kind of like them, so no, it's not the worst.
Yeah, it's not
cool.
bad.
They're
it's
cool.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Miramar is just good overall, in my opinion. All right, so before we actually get into this, though, now with MUERTE not here, Max, who are you favoring?
Dagestan. They're not going to throw a game to MUERTE anymore. Well, that's what happened the first game where they should have been free and didn't happen, and they've had a bit of a resurgence in this third phase. So I'm supporting the Dagestan here. How about you?
Oof. I don't know. It's tough. I would like to see Gladiators maybe challenge for second place again. Like the fact that
VULGAR boys, I'm surprised.
No, I'm not that much on the VULGAR boys train. I'm not their biggest fan, like Blank over there. No, yeah, I think it would be nice to see Gladiators be able to do something. The last Livik that they played, they kind of got caught in a bit of a pickle, and then they weren't able to transition into the circle very well. So hopefully they're able to kind of like, you know, quell that problem a little bit and be able to move through. But the problem was, again, is the fact that it was down in the southeast, up against that riverbank. There's actually so much open terrain that you can't traverse through very easily. So it's not exactly the easiest place to play.
That is the thing about Livik, is you got these compounds. It's kind of comparable, I would say, to a Vikendi. You have strong compounds, strong positions, and then you've got barren land with very little kind of hiding spots. Very little rocks, weirdly enough. There's a lot of trees in Livik, but rocks, you got a limited amount of those, so it's pretty hard to play and transition from spot to spot. So we'll see how teams can go around it. Hopefully, as you said, it's not going to be in the same area. But one thing I do know is that Blank is going to be supporting Nexus this game, as always.
Oh, yeah.
He's been supporting the boys all day. I've never seen him pop off this much. It would be cool to see how he reacts to a Nexus win on Livik.
He was in there. He was in there for the Nexus win, right? He was 100% on backing them. I will say it's interesting as Livik because it's just designed very differently to the other battlegrounds as well, right? Like Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, all of these battlegrounds, Sanhok even as well, very different to the way Livik works out because there's so many, as you say, points of interest kind of on the edges of the battleground, and obviously our circles are a little bit slower as well for 12 teams, so it takes a little while to get going.
The early stage is very long compared to any other game like map we've had, so it's no teams can try and adapt that a little bit. We tend to lose teams really quickly on phase 1, which is surprising knowing how long it takes to shift, but we'll see. But the big one important change, of course, is that all the gas stations are becoming KFC restaurants very soon, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I'm actually very happy to see that.
I think we're going to have that for Championship. With the timing, I think we might have KFCs everywhere. I can't wait. Yeah.
That's crazy. KFCs everywhere, literally. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing. A big deal, to be honest, when it comes to... I mean, it's a natural fit, right? Chicken dinners, KFC, perfect. And KFC here in Poland is perfect as well.
Oh, KFC and having a good old monster, you know, you're having a good time. You know, it's the perfect,
there you go.
Perfect mix. Yeah.
That is a good mix. That's a very good mix. All right, well, we're just waiting a few more months before we actually get into this Livik. Of course, I'm always excited to see the M1014 outside of TDM because it's really strong and really cool, Max.
Yeah, I want some more P90. I know the M1014 is the more meta weapon. If you can play an M4, if you can play any kind of AR like that, it's going to be better than the P90. It's just very cool. It just spatters bullets so quickly. I love it. It's so satisfying.
It's cool. It is cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the casters here for our Livik match and talk to them about the 12 teams battling it out.
The cherry on top of the league stage, Blank Livik, is coming at us very quick, hopefully, for these teams. 12 teams, in fact, the top 12 from this phase have their chance to test their mettle on this map, which is relatively untried.
I love Livik so much. It's my favorite map by far. I think there's so many interesting positions over on this map as well that you can play. I reckon we'll be down a logistics center once again. It is just the place to be, really. And it's where the circle likes to go as well. But yeah, our top 12 in here. We don't have MUERTE, KONINA Power, Shockwave, No Mercy Warriors, Dark Project, PERMITTA Esports, and Nameless, or Unicorns Alone. Wow. They call me a bit of a rapper, you know, in the scene at the end of the day. This is just how it is. But I'm excited.
Get out the sea.
In the scene.
Oh, I thought you said sea. Okay, yeah. The N was important there.
You've never been in the scene.
What do you mean? I am the scene. I'm the most hip-hop person on this broadcast, I'll have you know.
I was born in the scene. You've never even heard of the scene.
You know nothing of the scene.
That's right.
You can't tell me I don't know about myself. It just doesn't happen. Or you can try.
Right now, Dagestan, 186 points. Gladiators, 179. So they did have that second place spot robbed from them after that last match. The Dagestan were able to take their chicken dinner on over on Sanhok. So this will be a game for Gladiators to try and pick themselves up some more points. The colors have changed on the maps, so don't let that surprise you like it surprised me the first time. Spooked me out. I was scared. I thought Halloween had come around early, so don't worry about that. Just look at the names.
Still a couple weeks to Halloween. We'll get that one sorted, but for now, the spooks are purely just the color changes. MADBULLS, a nice bright red, heading over to Eastport. Nothing too chaotic going on early game, which is interesting here. This is something we normally see. Some of the hot drops going through on Livik. Not going to happen this time around. Zadira, though, and oh boy, they've got a hot drop of their own. They are a little bit split from the rest of the team. Dagestan have Limbo close by, who might be able to come through for them. But none of the Titans seem to be responding to this, and maybe they're just sick of old boy playing so split. Either way, he's going to have a chance to take this challenge, whether he likes to or not. Shifu with the M1014 around the side, and oh boy, handles Zadira with a fadeaway nade. Drops it on in, makes it work. The rest of Titan are actually slowly now moving this way.
Dagestan got Limbo off in the distance, just watching, observing, seeing what's going on. Everyone's in their drop spots, they'll be looting, and then we'll wait for them to have a move. Have a little jog on. There's the first circle, only just popped now. It's over towards that western side, around Crabgrass.
Spray down from Havlik from the top shelf. Certainly performing to the pay mark there, but Limbo answers over towards Robs. 2 players down for Dagestan, 1 knock sent back towards Titan so far. Not going to be able to get that confirmed just yet. As they continue to scrap for this area central towards this circle as well. Old boy breaks out wide. Titan trying to keep that position on the overall standings as well in that 3rd place, away from Major Pride.
Tuna down towards the logistics center, obviously the best place in the map. Fortunately, it doesn't like we'll be going over there. Dagestan right now have 1 player down in Shifu, but he's going to be confirmed. They've taken control of that building. Gladiator is very far out of the way right now. A lot of fighting going on around the map. 4 minutes before the circle starts to close.
So they can just take a chill pill, but that's not going to happen here for Dagestan. Scrapping it out. Somehow manages to get the reses enacted on everyone. Nade for Icy goes the wrong way. Smoke blooms and Zadira steps out from the corner. Does a lot of work. Zadira low though. And needs to hit the deck again for the res for Shifu to pull them back up to 4. Havlik has gone down. Dagestan moving well. Icy though, always vigilant, always able to capitalize and convert this. 3 players from Dagestan moving in. Shifu, low HP. Doesn't look like he's got too many meds on board. And Icy wants the res onto Old Boy.
Titans, the M1014. Still looking over towards Shifu, and he will find it. Well done to Shifu there. I thought he was dead to rights, honestly, but able to get back up onto his feet. Kind of surprising.
With that last match, Blank Nexus were able to open that 100 elimination to placement gap on their ratio. Will they be able to maintain that here, or are they going to out-earn themselves on placement points? Because it is exactly 100 points right now. 26 placement points they've managed to accrue this phase. 126 eliminations. Absolutely insane. The 2nd most eliminations in this phase, second only to MADBULLS on 130, so it's very close even then.
Very close indeed. Major Pride has been able to go a little bit further with 1 point apiece. Ooh, this is pretty good news for the Titans, right? With Major Pride taking a couple of knocks here. Versus MADBULLS, one of the more difficult squads in the lobby. Black White just has to send back.
Trying to get that forward position now, MADBULLS. Frozen breaks out wide. Zerich on the off angle there for them. There is Gladiators potentially to worry about, though, as VIRTUS.PRO are on the other side of things, and Frozen does get spotted. That is the Gladiators. Tixie zooms in on the variable zoom scope there. The 6X working well. Fleek maybe next on the cards, but has that soft cover behind the tree.
Major Pride still looking for some more, but it's VIRTUS.PRO has moved over towards this side. That's from Shipyard. Slowly moving their way up. Lamentrix's financial sorts. 539 bullets. This man is locked and loaded.
Just completely ready for literally everything. Goodness me, how has he got that much? I guess he's just foregone fully all of that utility, all of that, all of those smokes as well. Just packed with ammo. Maybe a limit on meds as well. Tixie, very much on the opposite end of the spectrum here. 18 backstop bullets. It's not a good time with that ammo count, which is surprising given the Gladiators have been looting for quite a while.
It's been in Rose Farm though, you know, a lot of veggies, not a lot of bullets. You know, they don't call it a bullet farm. It's the Rose Farm.
I mean, roses do have thorns. Maybe you could just, you know, whittle them down, make a couple bullets that way.
I think you need gunpowder for a bit of that, don't you? Like metal.
Don't think I should talk about how to make gunpowder on broadcast, so I'm not going to do that.
Well, you know how to make gunpowder.
I'm going to go with no.
Damn, November the 5th is coming up. John's ready.
Yes. I am, well. Oh dear. I am. This is dangerous territory. I don't like it.
I don't know how to make gunpowder. You said you know how to make gunpowder.
I didn't say that. I said I don't.
You said I shouldn't be saying how to make gunpowder.
I shouldn't be talking about it.
You implied.
Oh no. The implications are too strong for me. I'm out. I'm out. I'm dipping.
Yeah,
I'm dipping.
Midstein.
I'm dipping the Midstein. That's me.
Yeah,
I'm out of Rose Farm.
You should go do some calm shopping. Put your sunglasses on. Pull up the hoodie. Incognito mode.
That's it. I'm pressing my private browsing shortcuts right now. Let's go.
You have private browsing shortcuts?
Everybody has. That's just browser native. Stop making this weird. You're the one. You're being weird.
I don't have that. Major Pride, still trying to get further into this game. They've only got one elimination, but again, still if they go out at this point, it's over for their run versus Titans, who have done as best as they can to not hold on to that third place. You know, they're really making it easy for Major Pride. They're like, look, come on guys, you can do it. Look, we'll even go out early for you.
It's great news. It's great news. 10 points is the difference between the two. So Major Pride do still need 10 more points this match if they want to make it. But they're on the east side. They're in the blue. It's a bad time. It's a bad time. They're close to the Gladiators. They're close to Flique as well. Effect, most likely going down here. There we go. There's the play zone. And they are far away. So as easy as Titans have made it, Major Pride have made it easy for them to keep it as well.
Gladiators on the outside edge, just holding them. About a minute before the blue starts to cruise its way on in. We'll just be waiting for that. We'll get to stage 3. A bit longer after that as well. But for now, teams are just heading towards that central arena.
KASIK running into Foop's man himself. A legendary figure in this phase of PUBG Mobile. The skills is there, looking for that res. He wants to bombard it out. KASIK will get flushed away. Very nice. Retract, back to the rest of the team. And you'll take that point. Thank you very much. Effect spotted by the Gladiators in the meantime on the east side. I think that might just be, yeah, it's just black-white now for Major Pride playing on.
Ooh, very spooky. Not good for them. MADBULLS also down to 1 player. I don't think they care, though. They're absolutely popping off in the points department.
There's nothing more they need. They've served. They're ready. Maybe they could break that 700 points total on the overalls blank, which would need 9 more points this match. Maybe that's what they could do. But given they're only 1 player, unlikely.
Just really taking a lot of damage right now. And Tixie's not even got himself a first aid kit on. Nothing.
Uh-oh.
All that effort for bang.
I think that might have legitimately been 1 bullet as well. That's nuts.
But that does mean that Titans hold on to their 3rd place spot in the overall general rankings.
Very cool of them. That is a great result for them. They'll be happy. That's the end of that. Gladiators are going to move away on this north side. They have been in that 2nd place for quite a while, playing second fiddle to the MADBULLS. This time around, Dagestan have taken their 2nd place phase, though. So if they can get I think it is, what do they need? They need 7 points on this match to profit over Dagestan. Dagestan on 4 eliminations, so are the Gladiators. So even Stevens, they need 7 more points, the Gladiators do. And they're going to be swinging in on the north side. Coming into contact with VULGAR boys, most likely. NEXUS as well, who have been on a bit of a tear.
Oh, yeah. Talk about NEXUS.
You love those guys.
They're so good right now.
You're their biggest fan.
Yeah, 100%. I really do like NEXUS a lot. Right now, they're in a good position. Just waiting for some of these teams to squeeze their way in. Not a whole lot going on. At the end of this tournament, though, you know, they've only got so many more little things to tie a little bow on. We tied one of them. Titans 3rd place. Tied. Titans.
Oh, I like it. It's not the Drawtons.
It's the Titans.
Excellent. Big fan of the wordplay there. Skills is up top. Dagestan down below. Playing on the inside. A bit rickety, sure, but it'll serve purpose. To keep them safe from Skills's for the time being. KASIK team, this is Skills's on our screen, but the rest of KASIK team are all the way out to the east, so they're very, very split right now. Tresley spotted. Gladiators looking for this crash, sorry. Pylaus also very low across the way. Gladiators roll up, pick up another point. There's another point to close for this 2nd place phase spot against Dagestan.
Yeah, they're just Newman right now. Just zooming around the map. It's absolutely amazing.
On that north side, I'll play that 2-2 split for the time being with that send out. VULGAR boys, they've kind of just been pushed away. It feels like they haven't offered much resistance here on the northern edge. Fleeke's still in, by the way, for MADBULLS. He's still going. Maybe 9 points is still achievable. Very unlikely. Would need basically a chicken dinner as a solo into all of these squads.
Yeah, it's not easy to do that, actually. Have a look at the circle. It's prediction time for me, so I'll have a little look. Just think about this one.
Who's got some good spots here? Who's doing well? Who's doing nicely?
Oh, yeah, someone's already put mine in, but I was writing it at the same time, but I think we're good. We're good, actually. That's perfect. Thank you, whoever did that. Obviously, NEXUS is my pick. 100%.
That's fair. I think, you know, they're going to have to shift a little bit here, but that's going to be absolutely fine. They'll have to move a little bit further south. The Gladiators near them, but they've been caught up in the trap. Over on that northern edge. Finally, the MADBULLS do go down, and they will be locked in as that top spot. Lovely to see. Over in the central areas, you've got SBG on the west edge. That prediction coming in from both of the desk. I've gone for Alpha. I like their northern isolated position. Hopefully they're going to be able to hold out NEXUS. You're hoping they won't.
Alpha, SBG. To be fair, you know what?
What do you?
I hate SBG's position. I hate it.
What do you hate about it?
Well, it's just not NEXUS' position, is it really?
Oh, yeah, no, that is fair, actually. Well, NEXUS are going to try and change up their position right now. They've made that move forwards. VULGAR boys losing Foopsman, which basically means they're done. Pylaus, though, forced to be reckoned with. You can see those predictions. We've been sneaky leaking the prediction sheet there, but production does show you in the end. See what they can get done. The northern side, the circle shrinks. Alpha can start to move forwards.
Yeah, it's just going to be an easy win right now for NEXUS. SPG, look, INOW's already down. He's just knocked himself out in the blue. So, yeah, you just don't believe in it. And the boys on the desk didn't believe in the NEXUS pick either. Overall, I'm not happy.
Not happy with the desk, no. I mean, they've chosen SPG against your glimmering, shining example of NEXUS.
Yeah, just gold. Absolutely. Shining in the sun.
A mine in their own right. A mine for eliminations this phase, certainly. I mean, they're still keeping up their tally. They're still keeping up with their elimination 100-point lead over their own placements.
Having Look at the map right now, though. Alpha team on that northern edge. Scary team. Scary team. Bit like Kryptonite to the golden bluish hue of Nexus shining underneath the hot summer sun. I do think that there's still potential for the Nexus team to take this one down. It's an interesting finish, and I think that kind of leans itself into the hands of a team that can really handle strong finishes in terms of eliminations. Dagestan still trying to put up some more points. Feel like they should hold on to their spot at the top of the tables in phase 3 off the back of this. Some lovely nades from Shifu.
TUNA taken down from Shifu's nades, as you say. Excellent bombardment. SBG now maybe getting crunched in a little bit of the filling of a sandwich spot. Nades from Nexus. Start to pour it over. The perfect nades from Nexus. Sorry, Blank, I didn't mean it. But unfortunately, Kapahala does find one. And someone sort that out, because right now Nexus have lost 2 players here. SBG looking to go through. See,
that's better.
Predictions trying to come back, but it might just be too late, Production. They might have already taken enough of an L to make this one sealed.
What are you talking about? This is fine. They predicted that Dagestan Alpha would third party over towards it. Wow, Shifu, okay. That's kind of crazy, but thank you. Everyone's on board with Nexus. No one go against them, okay? It was all planned and in the works. They have 2 knocks. It's not great. It will get... Oh dear.
Oh no. Blank or something.
Okay.
Blankets. It's all over.
Well, you'll see in the end. It's going to show Nexus getting the chicken dinner at the end. You just won't... You don't realize it, but they've already won.
I believe you. I believe you. I'm not the one saying you're wrong, but
you're the enemy right now.
There are doubters. There are doubters out there. Not me.
Okay, well, Alpha team gonna try and swing round on that eastern side. I do hope Dagestan wins, and then we'll have like a nice little ending to this game where it's like it's very much the Dagestan phase. Where we're all Dagestans at the end of the day, the big old Dagger fans. Lovely nades over the top though. Ooh. Goodness me, this could be it. This could be the Dagestan win off the back of that. The back-to-back, the Sanhok into the Livik. 2 extremely difficult maps to play.
Alpha have been so dominant today. I mean, they've had 2 chicken dinners. The way they played that last map, they are converting here on Livik. Zadira and Limbo, either side of the entrance, and Alpha descend on them. Looking to try and take this one down. Zadira first, Limbo next. Can he light anything more up? He drops down, and it's Mandarin to pick up the pieces. Alpha team take the final chicken dinner of the league stage on the Livik and put 3 chicken dinners on the cards for today. What a step up from this team.
Yeah, fantastic stuff to our Alpha team. I think it's been a long time coming since they get this step up. They get going, they get things working. They're a strong team, and they certainly know how to control endgame circles, but it's just taken a bit of a while, you know, to get back onto that stage. I think Nexus, well, they could have won that game, but I think they just wanted to play into the storylines realistically. So they just let someone else win. Overall, really chivalrous of them, to be honest. I like it, you know, polite, but great game from Dagestan, great game from Alpha team, and I'm glad to see it end like that, with 2 of our top teams from this phase going head-to-head in those final moments.
The big question as well, are Nexus going to have that 100-point lead still intact after that late game finish? We'll have to wait and see. Let's head over to the desk for the tables.
Who would have believed it? Nexus? No, we got ourselves Alpha team here. What a day they have had for themselves. Not only 2 wins in the main games, but then being able to win the Livik as well. Having a decent compound to be able to get this win on Livik, but getting the win nonetheless, Max.
Yeah, and Alpha team not getting 1 chicken dinner, not getting 2 chicken dinner. They're getting 3 chicken dinners on the day, so good for them, able to wrap it up over here on Livik. I think that's going to result in a few extra bonus points on the rankings. We'll have to take a look, of course, to see how that's going to actually impact their position for phase 3. But yeah, cool game. SBG also got a few points, so glad to see it. But there you have it on the rankings, 19 points. But Dagestan, Kalar is still popping off. Like, it was not just a 1 day where they were popping off. Like, they've kept the heat going this second half of the phase, and I'm loving it.
Very impressive indeed, as we have ourselves, as you say, SPG with 11 points overall. Nexus did all right from that northwest side, but it's just a little bit too open. Just in general, there's just way too much open terrain on Livik in some of these areas, so it makes it very difficult for these players to really play it out. That is our 1 through 8, as it looks like 8th place KASIK team 1 point, so 4 teams didn't really get themselves too much, just 1 point each. All right, that's fine.
MADBULLS, Major Pride, Titan, at least MADBULLS not extending their PMGC point lead, so that's good for Major Pride. Good little setup for the finals, even though I don't expect the PMGC rankings to really move, but at least it's not getting further and harder for them to close off that gap. So yeah, it's been cool. Nice little ending, the cherry on top for the phase 3 and the entirety of the league stage. That was the end. So the next time we'll be playing matches, it will be in the finals, but we'll have to look at how many bonus points were won by these teams now, because there's a significant amount for example, Dagestan, because they popped off this phase. Hell yeah.
Good old Shifu with 1,009 damage. You know what?
On Livik.
It's been... Yeah, that's actually quite impressive. It's been a pleasure actually every time Shifu's popped up, because he looks so damn happy every single time. I'm okay with that. We need more smiling in esports photos. That's what we need.
Yeah, everyone's just grumpy. So,
I'm crossing my arms. Look at me looking like a badass.
So itchy. And Shifu, hey, I'm happy to be here. And he really seems happy to be here.
like,
Getting the wins. Yeah.
It's great.
It's cool.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here on Livik and see how this has gone down. I said that with such pessimism. I don't know why. We've got ourselves all of these teams. The issue is the early game is just so long, so drawn out for 12 teams with these circle settings. So it does take a while for the game to really get pace.
Yeah, there's just teams that I think want to go to war in the early stages, just looking for eliminations.
That's Erangel.
Dagestan, they already got himself squad wipes. MADBULLS were fighting Major Pride. That's an interesting fight. But Gladiators, as always, like to ruin it for people. So they just come in, third party, and swoop Frozen away. There's some 3 points for them. Picking up the Scar too, which is interesting. But though the M1014, as always, you're going to see that one played at the end. It was just getting spammed all over the place. So as much as I love the P90, I have to say the M1014 does reign supreme on this map.
It really does, really does. For all of these teams, you don't really see DMR usage. There goes the P90 getting blasted into Oblivion. You see a lot of M4 being the gun to take those mid-range fights, and then keeping that M1014 later on into the game to be able to kind of close it out, right? It's actually just, it feels like the perfect loadout for Livik.
We just saw 3 people with the P90 die. They're just trying to...
That's great.
Just trying to display that I'm wrong.
That's brilliant.
I just think it's a cool weapon. But no one used the zip lines, though, which makes me even extra sad. I thought there was an option, but TUNA decided to go by foot. And actually, they got a decent entry point in the south, so good job, TUNA. Yeah.
That makes you extra sad. That's my favorite thing, Max being sad. Let's take a look at the daily winners as well.
Hey.
We've got a lot of Alpha Team here being able to pop off. Beyond that, though, it was kind of the usual suspects. MADBULLS start off the day, Gladiators pop on as well, and then Dagestan for the victory on Sanhok.
Yeah, big day for Alpha Team. I actually have to compare how much they've ranked up extra compared to the start of today, because they must have won an extra 6 or 7 bonus points off the back of that. I'll have to see exactly and compare once we do look at the overall rankings. But what a day for Alpha Team. Reflect Mandarin have been looking super strong. I said super strong. Super strong. So yeah, glad to see it. Had some cool changes, and as I said, it's a really cool setup for the finals. It's not just the top teams dominating. There are some other contenders that can bring that X factor in the mix.
Yeah, that's what Phase 3 has really shown us, right? The fact that there are so many potential things that could occur that we really wouldn't have expected throughout Phase 1 and 2. So I'm a big fan of Phase 3. It's really shown that the progression of these teams is capable in a lobby like this. All right, well, moving on to maybe the MVP. Are we talking about the MVP? Let's do that. Do you know? Because considering Alpha Team had 3 wins, you want Redox.
Yeah, Redox got too many eliminations. As much as you get the wins, you get the extra survival time, it has to be Redox. There's no way.
Okay, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out.
I don't know.
We're looking at the Phase MVP. So it was Redox for the day. Good job, Max. Phase MVP for Phase 3.
Zerich?
It has to be Zerich, right? He did way too much damage.
They got win today also.
He was like 2,000 damage ahead of second place yesterday. So I'm having to go with Zerich here.
10k damage in a face, 45 elims.
That's ridiculous.
That survival time is way lower though. Like we had him always reaching the 22, 23 minute mark.
Yeah.
Here, that's on the lower side, but it doesn't matter because he just keeps fragging. As much as he's alive a little bit less time, he just frags out more often. And really, just like I did on my social media post, he just keeps getting stronger, Kalaris. He keeps doing
amazing.
It.
I mean, if he survives even longer, he'll get even stronger. I'll tell you that much. Like, to be able to put out that amount of damage and that amount of eliminations with that, I would say, relatively low survival time compared to what I would consider to be a #1 team. That's pretty scary that he's able to do that. And does a little dance. That's cool.
Yeah. He's really perfected a lot of the aspects of the game. He's really good when it comes to utility usage. He's good when it comes to long-range fights. You can use, like, his sprays. You can see... So, oh, no, it cut out. But you have some amazing long-distance sprays on the M4, which, you know, is good weapon for that kind of range, but he does really fully make use of it. Zerich is one of the favorite players. If he is your favorite player at home, you know, I would have to say it makes sense because he's just so damn good at PUBG Mobile. Yeah.
Does make sense, yeah. And speaking of someone who is also excellent at PUBG Mobile, we have an interview ready. So we've got Icy joining us, I believe, from Titan to talk about how they've been playing things out. So, hey, Icy, firstly, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. What's up?
Awesome.
How are you guys?
Hi. Very good, thank you. Oh, he's asking us questions. I like that. All right, so let's start things off. So congratulations firstly on a great performance, especially yourself. Amazing here in PUBG Mobile. Being on the podium in the league stage over the past month, how are you feeling about the tournament overall?
Well, we've performed not bad. Really, we expected, because we are quite a new team, we didn't expect such a good result, to be fair. And yeah, we've done great, actually. I'm pretty proud of my team, you know?
As you should be.
Right. Yeah. I actually wanted to ask you because, as we know, you guys have won with Old Boy back in Africa. You transitioned now in the European region, and you've had two big additions, which is Havlik and Robs. And I wanted to know internally, how have they now merged with this team, especially with you and Old Boy?
Well, Havlik and Robs, before this, they didn't speak on English in their past teams. So it's been quite tricky, but I think we did great. Getting used to each other and, you know, getting synergy for this small amount of time, you know?
Yeah. I can imagine Rob's just putting a bit of French in his call sometimes. Nice little mix. And this is a big theory we've had IC on the desk and also the casters. When we're looking at Sanhok, guys are always hot dropping versus KASIK team. And we had a theory as to why that's happening, but could you take us through why you guys are so committed to dropping in Painan against KASIK?
Well, because we like the spot, you know, and we want it for ourselves. In the finals, in a European Championship, and in the next seasons, you know.
Okay, so we were correct. Thank you very much for confirming that.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Do you recall the 25? Do you recall the 25 elimination chicken dinner you guys got by chance?
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask because that game, like your team looked perfect in that game. Do you feel like you guys were just in the zone in that particular game? What did you feel like when that game was going on?
Well, yeah, I don't know. We just kind of played aggressive and basically cleared all our zone and then got the win at the end.
Yeah.
We lost drops, I think, in the middle of the game, and it was quite tricky to win as trio, but still we made it happen.
I would love to know, especially now, because as we said, you guys been on the podium this entire league stage. For the rest of the year, not only just the finals, hopefully you guys qualify for the championship. What are the big goals you guys with the team have set up for yourself now entering the end of the year?
Well, definitely to make it to PMGC for sure. That's our only goal for this year.
Yeah, so championship and all of that good stuff. I mean, you guys can definitely make it happen with how things have gone so far.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, any final words, final shout-outs, IC, before we let you go?
Yeah, thanks to the fans for all the support. And yeah, thanks for supporting us. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, IC, for joining us. And thank you for being so enjoyable to watch on the Battlegrounds. We'll see you next time.
Thanks. See you.
Thank you, man.
All right, that was Icy joining us from Titans, being, again, basically a prodigy of PUBG Mobile, I think it's fair to say, Max.
Yeah, one of the best players the European region has seen in a long time, like one of the newest generations of Europe. And he wants to go to PMGC, and he was one of the few players that I would love to see make it to PMGC and just see how he would perform on the bigger stage. I would love to see him in a LAN event, to be completely honest. I think that he would fit just fine in that kind of setting. So yeah, stoked with Icy and what Titan have brought to the table.
Oh, yeah, it'd be scary on LAN. Let's get him there. Anyway, let's take a look at the overalls throughout the 3 phases. Congratulations, MADBULLS, who have not only been able to bag themselves the 20 points from Phase 3's first place, but also cool extra points from this #1 across all the phases, Max.
Yeah, Alpha Team actually started off the day in 7th position, so they jumped up an extra place. I thought it would have been a bit more, but with those 3 chicken dinners, they did close the gap nicely, so that's some decent points coming their way. But yeah, looking at MADBULLS, Gladiators, Titan, Major Pride, MUERTE, good 5 teams that I think we expected to do well to be at the top, so really happy with their performance, though I'm a bit scared for MUERTE in particular. After what we saw in Phase 3, how are they going to start performing in the finals? Because they are a team that could make in champs, that could pop off there, but Phase 3 has made me doubt a little bit, so we'll have to see how the finals are going to go their way.
Gets tough. And here are our 16 teams. Of course, as No Mercy Warriors was able to get themselves a spot in that finals. However, still no chicken dinners for them, despite playing 72 matches here, Max. That's got to sting a little bit, but at least you're in the finals.
Yeah, that's got to hurt a little bit. They got some eliminations at the bottom, but placement points lacking a little bit. And of course, we'll have to say goodbye to our bottom 4 teams. Dark Project, the Nameless, PERMITTA Esports, and Unicorns of Love. That is going to be the end of their season and their year of PUBG Mobile Esport. And with a very high chance of relegation around the corner, we'll have to follow and see how things are going to wrap up for them. But yeah, our top 16 have now been decided, so we can start to get ready for the finals.
And there you go. I'm excited for the finals. I'm excited to watch the finals because I'm not doing it. I get to sit back, watch all the games unfold. Exactly, Max, you get rid of me. Well done. All right, we're done here for the league stage. Thanks, Max. And thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you what is effectively 75, 76 games throughout the first 3 phases. We still have the final to go, though, so join us for that for more PUBG Mobile action. See you there.